Are we up and running, Joseph? Okay. Give me a thumbs up. Okay. Hey, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to convene the regular Tribal Council meeting of Wednesday, August 12th, 2020. I have 10:08 a.m. Roll call.
Don Newford.
Here.
Gail Hatchett. Here. Roberta Ross is here. Randy Hatcher. Here. Ray Dumont.
Here.
Owen Allen.
Here.
Jesse DeCosta will be in later. Ellsworth Lang is on the phone. Juliet Garrett is excused. Rose Freetop.
Okay. We have a quorum then. Brandy, would you honor us with the invocation today? Thank you.
Lord, we ask that you cover us all, keep us in all the knowledge, and ask that you keep us right. We also ask that you meet the family that's related to us, the loss of our very strong brother, Chuck. We ask that you keep the family in our We ask that you help each and every one and that you take care of them and
Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate that. I just feel moved because of the recent loss of our elder Chuck Kimball that we would have a moment of silence before we begin today. So if folks could stand, let's honor Chuck's memory and passing with a moment of silence. So thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know if everyone could hear Brandy's prayer, but thank you for that special prayer for the family, Brandy. We know Chuck has meant so much to us and been so much a part of our success over the years, and we certainly miss him. And so all the best to the family, condolences. And we know that there's been recent passings and memorials for some of the others that we've lost that have been a big part of the tribe and have contributed so much. And we remember them too and pray for them and the families. And thank you that our Creator's with us and hears our voice and He cares. So thank you so much. Okay, first up is the agenda. Are there any corrections or modifications that need to be made? Secretary?
Under one, we put an A for the CARES Act funding update.
Okay, 1A will be the CARES Act funding update.
And then we are moving the introduction and appreciation presentation to between 11:30 and 12.
Okay. Between 11:30 and 12, yes.
Was the computer update only for information only, for written format, or do you want to present?
You guys have to do
Okay, so you want to add it, because I asked you.
Would that be one, 1B? Okay. And so that's the technical or internet technical support, okay. Internet or so we have a couple additions. Any corrections or other changes? Okay, with that, I entertain a motion to approve the agenda as discussed with those changes. Okay. Treasurer and Secretary, excuse me, and Member Palace for the second. I meant to say second, I said Secretary. So any concerns? Okay, all those in favor signify by raising a hand. 5. Those opposed, the same. 0 opposed, abstentions. With 1 abstention, motion carries. Okay, first up, we have staff reports. Kathy Richards is going to provide us with an emergency assistance program update. Thank you, Kathy. I want to make sure that you have a mic that's working. I think there's the wireless right there. That'd probably be the most convenient. And we have wipes if you need to wipe it off beforehand, whatever.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, Tribal Council. Today I'm here to give you a progress report for the period of July 17th through August 6th for the COVID-19 Emergency Assistance Program. Everyone has received a copy, I believe, of the matrix and then the report. To date, we have total applications received, 2,283, which is an increase of 108 from the last meeting, or last report. The total applications pending due to eligibility is 2 at this time, and it is because they are descendants and they're not enrolled. And then there was a question at our last meeting of what might constitute another pending, and we do have that upcoming, and that is a minor that is not 18 that is working on getting emancipated. So that would be a pending until they're 18. So that would be another reason. Okay?
Sorry, are the 2 that are pending because they're not enrolled in the Senate, are
Mhm.
they waiting to enroll?
I don't know on that part. Maybe. So at this point, all I know is they're descendants and they're not enrolled.
Yeah.
Total applications processed to date, 1,537, or not to date, to August 6th. 26 households with COVID. That's an increase of 720 total applications processed since the last report. 854 are living within Klamath County. Outside Klamath County are a total of 683. Total award amount is $2,631,000. That's an increase of $1,212,500 from our last report. We broke down the requested assistance by percentage of those 1,537 that we've processed. 23% are in need of food, 23% personal hygiene, 23% cleaning products, 11% rent house payments, 11% utility heat, 6% remote learning, and 3% for medication. And then attached in your email is the charts that reflect that data. Now, there's going to be a change per Tribal Council's request. We will, effective today, not be calling anybody unless there's a question. And questions would mean that if someone else filled out another application for somebody because they're in an institution, we're just verifying that that's what that applicant, where they want that check to go. Others would mean if family members are claiming dependents and their mother or father has already claimed them. So otherwise, I've talked to the program staff and they're just processing.
Great.
Want to, like, give us a notice that you have, your efforts have changed to what,
So could you repeat that? Because I don't think folks online can hear. Kathy, if you wouldn't mind.
She asked that if we can send out a notice to our membership that if you have a change in address to notify us, and since you've submitted your application, and so we can do that.
Thank you, Kathy.
Okay.
Member Dumont?
Kathy, do we have any sense of how many people have the wrong address when you're I know that's part of what they've been asking when they call, is to confirm the address.
No, not off, there's some. I just don't have the number, and we just didn't have the time to go back. I just told George, I can't ask him to do that. We have thousands. So, there's a few. There's a few from when we call them, the next day they've changed, and so they want to come pick their check up. So, it's not a law, but, we just accommodate.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember how much we supplemented this with last time, but you're probably needing more.
We're almost close to 3 million.
Okay. And that's
So
what
you
we
approved 3.5. You added another 2 million to the 1.5.
Okay.
So that was 3.5. So we're almost close to 3, I would say. We're getting,
As of this morning,
Yeah, we're getting close to 3.
Okay.
So I'm assuming it's probably going to be another 1 million for sure, but at our next Tribal Council meeting, I'll have a request for maybe forecasting what it's
Okay.
looking like for
Okay.
an amendment.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks, Kathy.
I have a question. On your report, in the future, can you include the date that the processes are up to? You know, like, as of August 6th, we are processing July 15th.
Oh, the date of the application that we're on? Okay.
So if you could repeat that again too, Kathy, I thank you. I wish we had a microphone.
The
We'll be-
request has been to add a line to the report that identifies the date of the application we're currently working on. And the reason behind that is, say, we might be on July 2nd or 3rd now, but on those days, we've received hundreds of applications. So that gives that gives everyone an idea of where we're at. Okay. Yeah, with another person on there. Yeah. Okay. So, any more questions for the report, Art? Okay.
No, Thank you.
Now, we've added to the agenda the CARES Act funding list, and I sent up the most recent to Roberta this morning, which included the amounts, the increase of the tribal member assistance, adding that 2 million in there. And then some dollar amounts for tribal administration, the homeless response, the rental assistance program, and then those other items on there. We wanted to provide this most current CARES funding list to you for a recommendation for approval, and seeking a response from you on how you want to go about that. So we don't really have an official approval of these projects and these amounts. We've only had discussion on them. And so we're seeking a recommendation from you on how you want to proceed with that. If you want to approve that, if you're comfortable approving that today, or if you want to schedule a work session with the general managers to discuss those and then bring that back at the next meeting.
I would prefer
Okay.
that because
Okay.
they're pretty broad.
Yeah. Okay. We will do that. And then just to let you know,
So just for record, by consensus, we're going to approve working with the general managers and bringing that back. Okay.
so we'll have a work session scheduled for do you want the general managers all together, or do you want those meetings separate with each general manager?
I would prefer together,
Yeah,
so that we
yeah.
can get a process and everybody's on the same page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Also, just to let you know, on the tribal administration, and we're still, the draft process that we forwarded to you, we're having our staff use that internally, so that we are ready to expend those dollars right when this is approved. So we have Julie, that's working on the remote capabilities part. She has a report and she's ready to go. Ariel is working on the enhanced food distribution program. She's ready to go. And the emergency program that we're gonna officially send an application up for that, so that we have those files all set up for the auditors to review. And is there another program we're ready? Oh, the IT. So we have IT working on his proposal and projects, so that they'll all be assigned once it's approved, these dollar amounts and projects. Internally, we'll be able to assign fund numbers, and then they can start expending those dollars.
So do we have an idea when it might be implemented, once we're approved, how fast we'll be able to move forward and upgrade the system in the auditorium here?
So once we approve once we get approval from you guys, and they're working on that, their end internally, we're just gonna have ours ready to go. So by the time you guys meet, I would assume we're gonna be ready to go
Okay.
and approve the amounts and projects.
Oh, I was looking forward was interested in when we might be able to actually have it up and running and installed and so forth. Any information on that, or?
So I know, and I'm not sure for the exact details, but I already know that he has quotes. He's been following the procurement, and he's already went out for quotes on maybe 2 or 3 of the, he's already signed them. So we're just wanting this officially done.
Oh, I
So
see.
he's already moving on his stuff.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Kathy.
And so we can provide you a report on that also at our
Okay.
next meeting, or RIN 1.
Good morning, Tribal Council. And just to piggyback a little bit about what Kathy is, I always appreciate Kathy. She makes me look better than I am. I wanted to let you know that in the future, and Kathy and I discussed this morning, and it's been busy, and trying to keep up with stuff. I get reports for projects every week. What I'm going to start doing is packaging those and sending them to you.
Okay.
Because I realize that I'm not doing that, and, I'm kind of hit and miss. I sent Julie's yesterday, I think, or the day before. Troy provides me one as well, pretty lengthy one. So what I'd like to do is really focus on packaging those whether it's every week or every other week, I'll leave that to you, Chairman. But I'd like to forward those to you so that you know where we are with IT and the big projects at least.
Okay, thank you.
I would suggest that all entities do that, but I leave that up to your discretion.
Okay. Well, thank you. So are we ready for Julie at this time, or, okay?
Any other questions for me? Okay.
So Julie's going to bring us up to speed on the remote capabilities.
Yes. Thank you.
Good morning, Tribal Council. Thank you for seeing me this morning. So on the remote capabilities, I did put in together a comprehensive program application for the funding and the expenditures of those funding. As of this last weekly report that you did receive, there was a total of 375. That number has since changed already. As of this morning, we're up to 463. So you can see that on a weekly basis, that those numbers changed. And with that number of 463, that's actual validated assessed need. So that's one of my staff calling back to the tribal member family, the student, and identifying their technology need, whether they're more comfortable using a home-based system, whether they're comfortable having that remote or that ability to take their laptop because it's a school need. So having those types of capabilities are important for the individual tribal member. We do have, in addition to that 463, another 36 that have indicated technology needs. However, we have not been able to get a hold of them. So we're not going to utilize funding if we can't make sure that we're assessing and following through with that need, verifying addresses, knowing who is going to be the end user is. So we are talking to a couple of the bigger major vendors to also ensure that we're putting in place the GUIs, or the graphic user interfaces, making them user-friendly, providing the webinars or the technology supports, so that our tribal members, they're not just going to get a system, they're also going to get the tech support where they need it, where it fits them best, whether it's setting up the email, getting access to the internet support. So these systems that we're looking at, they're not the low-grade models, but they're not a gamer user model either. They're going to be something in the medium that they're going to be able to connect to tribal council meetings. They're going to be able to connect to school if they need an online platform. They're going to be user-friendly, that can be also used in an environment where home and school, they can help their student. So we're wanting to get something that is complementary to the systems that we have at the tribe, and also complementary to what the schools are using and what the needs of the end user are, once again. So with this project plan, I did develop a speculated and also a comprehensive plan based on the numbers to date. I did put in my project plan that it is probably, I'm going to come back and say, can we apply for additional funding? Because as the application process, it's not closed yet. So we won't have that in number until the application is closed. And we've reached that final number. I did put in my weekly, when that application is speculated to be closed, so that we'll have some final reporting data. The initial request is for $435,952. And I don't believe that the internal plan has been shared with tribal council yet. I believe it's in administrative review. Still, yes? Yes. It is being reviewed at this time. We are working with vendors on multiple systems, whether it's a laptop or a home system, and the reasons behind the accessories that we're requesting, including developing a hotspot directory and all those, the connectivity needs that are being requested. I also have staff looking at additional avenues of support for the end user as far as getting those guidelines to help them set up their email accounts or whatever their specific needs are. The pass-through funding that I had mentioned previous with the school districts, let me back up for one moment. I also reached out to the colleges and the school districts to find what their assessed needs were. It looks like the school districts are going to a one-to-one system for their distance learning. And so it's finding what are the additional needs for those. And there was some recommendations, not only from families, education committee, but also from the schools. Well, it's nice that we're focusing on the distance learning capability. However, what about supplemental programs that help educate our kids when they're not necessarily in school, but to keep them engaged? And I think that's an excellent idea. So I'm still working on the pass-through funding and to hold a meeting to see what we can do there as far as that part of the guideline, and that's separate from this internal request. So I kept that separate. Otherwise, this internal request would be much higher. But I took that one out of this specific guideline in case that was a question. Do I have any questions up to this point? Yes, Chairman.
Yes, I was thinking, is there going to be periodic information provided to our members of what this program is about? Because I don't think a lot of the tribal members know what we're trying to do and how the program works. So I thought it'd be nice after you respond. We want to get the information out to our members so they know what services we're intending to provide or assistance we're intending to provide. And so I thought it'd be helpful to maybe have handouts perhaps that could be provided through our tribal staff that has contact with folks in the community, whether they're elders or families, something more, maybe posters or something around. So because I've had folks not know, what's going to happen when school
I
comes.
completely agree. And I'm glad Ariel's here. We have been working on both of our projects together, which is a good thing. So with the elders, I'm currently developing a brochure for the elders food program and technology. And Ms. Aurelia, she is my staff that has undertaken a majority of this project. She's developed a flyer specifically for elders that says, what are your technology needs? Did you know? Ask us how you can stay connected. So, Ariel has graciously sent that to all of her staff, the elders program, for information. We also are planning in the hopefully near future in September to do our own separate outreach, targeting our elders population. What we're doing internally with the higher ed is reaching out to every single student that has applied to let them know what we do have available. We do field a lot of phone calls on a daily and regular basis, and a lot of those phone calls are sent to us. And I have asked all of my programs, which is the Direct Employment Assistance, our RED program, to let them know that we also have this service in addition to. So some of it is, yes, I've done the COVID app. Well, did you select technology? Well, I wasn't sure what that meant, is what we're finding out. As people are like, yeah, I selected it, but can I just get a cell phone or something? So we're redirecting them on what it could be, the potential of what that request could look like. And a lot of people are coming back and saying, well, yes, I didn't mark it then. I'd like to come back now and request services. So with that process, we're asking, I've asked Aurelia, let's take note of that, let's add them to the list, get a hold of Kathy's team, her staff that are running the applications. Let's get a copy of that application, because the documentation is important for this funding, and we're aware of that. So we want to make sure we're keeping accurate records, and also making sure that people are readily being able to be added to this program. So we do have a couple of outreach, such as the flyers, such as the outreach event, and such as just direct services. Offer these to the clients, reach out to our applicants with DEA, with the certifications, ABT, ABE. But like I'd mentioned previous, there are services out there such as KCC. If we have a GED student and they're saying, well, I'd love a home system. And we're like, that's great. And they're saying, well, I need this yesterday. I'm already in the program. KCC does have resources, a loaner program that they've put in place for those types of services. So it's not just connecting them with this specific program. It's also going that one extra step and finding out who's got these that are available right now for those needs. So the devices, in addition to finding a decent device, is also finding one that has cellular capability. Cellular capability within a device will allow anybody that has a phone, most everybody has cell phones these days, they're able to turn on a hotspot. If they turn on their hotspot on their phone, the data is used, their phone becomes the hotspot, they can turn on internet access to their device. So what we've included on this application is cellular funding to support their data phone plans. And that, again, is one of those unique individual, how are we going to distribute fundings to clients? So right now, we're in the process, the plan has been developed. We're in the process of gathering our quotes so that we can get a reasonable distribution. I don't want to become a mini Amazon distribution center. As I'd mentioned, there's 436 systems being requested. I don't see storage here or another full-time position to distribute these. If we have to go that route, we will. But I'm trying to work with the vendors that they can drop ship these to the address that we know of, the name of the end user directly. So it is my hope that we can do these in batches of dozens a week, if not 100 or so a week. And that's going to take, one of my staff was no longer on the project, so I'm backfilling it with other staff that have time to assist. And for the most part, the staff have been very, very interested in helping because they know the end intent of this project, so.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. Could you provide a short summary of what the program is for our members listening in? If these are additional services or assistance that we can provide above the COVID funding that we've already provided. So if you could just summarize fairly shortly what the program is about.
Okay, so the Technology and Access Program, what it is this is in addition to the COVID application. This service is to provide access for our families, our students that are attending school, our higher education students, our elders that want to be able to connect with the tribes and all tribal services, to be able to be fully engaged with the information that the tribe is offering and the additional services. So it's a real access to the internet. It's an access to webinars or learning. It's an access to general council meetings or any tribal council meetings or information that tribal council would like to share. It's a pathway to receive certifications or make that transition from traditional school setting to an online platform. And it's a way, a means to get the information that all of the tribal programs can share. Our virtual powwow, our restoration celebration. There's just so many, it opens so many windows and doors of opportunity when our tribal members are able to get connected. And if you'd like to have more information, please call the main tribal office, ask for the education department, ask for the technology program, and we will connect you right to the desk. The extension is actually 159. That's directly to the staff. So that, again, that extension is 159 with the Education and Employment Department.
Great, thank you, Julie.
Sure.
Yes. Okay, I guess, go ahead, Lily.
So I was going to ask who's doing your tech support. Julie, do you have an idea are you going to hire someone to do that, or is that going to be internal, or who's going to do that?
So we actually, with these larger purchases with our vendors have offered to be our geek squad. Which is great. They've actually offered to set up, so I'm using this as an example. If we go to Apple, they offered to set us up Apple/Klamath Tribes, a web page. And within that web page, they'll set up these tutorials, how to start your system, how to set up an email. But there's so many types of those tech supports that are free. It's called shareware or freeware, that we're going to put together comprehensive links that will help. If we find and locate a gap in some of those webinars or tutorials, our plan is to do them internally. The staff have had an opportunity to participate in Zoom meetings and webinars and develop plans of, well, these are the needs of my program, so they might need to know how to do this piece. So the Education and Employment Department staff are willing to take on this additional. But we don't know what that looks like until we're able to look at one of the operating systems and see from firsthand view, how is the system working? What is it, where's the on button? What do they need to click on? Where's the located? Is it a ribbon or is it an icon that they need to click? So those are some of those hands-on things that we're going to have to adapt and adjust to as we get further into this. So I understand that this is an ongoing tech support, and I actually put it in my project plan that I realize that the deadline to expend the funds is December 31st, but I also know that technology and the need to learn how to use it may extend beyond December 31st.
Yeah.
However, the funding will already be expended, the technology support will go on.
Thank you. Just, if somebody's on the phone and they're not muted, could you mute? Yeah, we'd really appreciate it until you need to come on. So, is that what you're going to mention? Okay. Okay. Did you have a follow-up question?
Well, I just wanted to thank you. That sounds really, really awesome. I'm so pleased with all the progress that you've made and that you haven't even brought on any other temporary staff and you're doing it shorthanded is all the more awesome.
We got really, really fortunate this summer. Unfortunately, with the COVID pandemic, we were not able to run our summer youth employment program because that would have taken those 3 or 4 staff that normally run that program and put them directly in the supervisory role of running that program. So it's not that I had excess staff by any means. It was just I rediverted them and redirected the staff to work specifically on this project.
Good.
So
Well,
it just worked out that way.
The reason I'm pressing on the tech support, right, is because with the virus, we're doing the best we can to get an infrastructure here so that we can have general council meetings and have them be fully participatory. And I could anticipate elders having a lot of problems with the tech. So we don't want to get into a situation, if we can avoid it, where people are frustrated because they want to participate and they can't.
Right. I completely agree.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Yes.
So I just, this mask is weird. Just to share with us a little bit like what the expected time frame is for deliveries, because I know school's getting ready to start. And then also, do you have different options for age appropriate? Are we helping like with preschool, like a Leapfrog iPad, something like that? And then also, I guess just to clarify that this is available for out-of-area travel members, because a lot of times our out-of-area travel members feel like they're not included
Included.
in these programs, but I know that they are, so maybe just clarify that.
Yes, so thank you. That is a great question. So this program is established for all enrolled Klamath Tribal members within the service area, outside of the service area, depending on what the need is and the access to the internet needs are. To answer your question about the age appropriate, what we've decided to do with our, and that's part of the questions when we go back to assess the need, is ask, who is the end user primarily going to be? And because we want to know to make sure that we get them the right system. And so if they're in those younger ages, we're going to be getting them the Chromebooks similar to the schools, so they're not having to learn two platforms, right? So we want to get them something they're already familiar with, but it might be even better, the home system that they get, because they're not going to have the restrictive, you can only look at this at the school one that you're issued. And then for the higher education students, we want to make sure that they have not only a system that's good for education, but also one that can support the programs. They might need Microsoft, an updated version. So it comes to licensing as well, of what programs that we're going to be able to put on these systems. And then for the elders, it's going to be similar for the older age groups. But it's just going to be a variance of what platform, whether it's a mobile device or a home desk system that's compatible also with the system itself.
Great, thank you.
Denise, did you have a question?
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay. I would like to know, last year we had remote learning. We were only able to get one successful episode for Coyote Actually because of the internet inconsistency. They are laying fiber optics down the Sprague River Highway, but now we have a kindergarten starting, and I was able to help Takima Merritt complete his GED in 3 weeks, but without internet success. I think people are getting left out.
And that is another, and I did identify that in the project plan, that is one of the largest barriers, because we can do all we can, purchase technology all we can, but it's a regional problem. If there are not the fiber optics laid out, if there are not the cell towers being developed, then there's not going to be access anyways. So that's why it's important for us to look at these devices that have that cellular option to improve the access. And so there are plans across the state. I don't know where they are. I can't speak on behalf of the county or the state as far as setting up more, but I know it is a priority for the state and with ODE to improve the access for that. So we can only do the best we can with what we have.
Thank you. Well, I really appreciate it. I see that we've got a few more agenda items, and we've got some other things on the calendar, and so if there's any other questions, and if there are questions, folks can certainly contact you directly. I appreciate
Yes.
that. So, okay, well, thank you so much, Julie.
Thank you.
Really, really appreciate it.
Thank you for
Yeah.
your time, Tribal Council.
Yeah, thanks for the great work. Yes,
Thanks, Roberta.
You're welcome.
I forgot, I had a couple questions we've been having, and I told the tribal members that I would bring it to your attention. Tribal members are now concerned that this emergency funding is being counted toward as income for the Social Security, and then particularly the other assistance programs like SNAP and TANF, and I'm assuming it's out of area ones that are, because they're asking us to provide them letters. I told them that we don't have the authority to do that, and tell them that it's not taxable, but that there is a document that's being worked on, the general welfare document, that will help with that. And so it's not approved at this time, but that is a concern, and now we are starting to get more and more calls about this. And what I've been telling them that I can't tell them whether to fill the application out or not. It's usually the elders for their Social Security. That's a decision that they have to make, so it is a concern. The other is request for a second, not distribution, but an assistance program. So tell them that I would bring that up as they keep calling.
Yeah. Those are two
And I
issues.
tell them that, we haven't even went through the first. We haven't even provided assistance for all the tribal members for this first application process, but that I would just bring it to your attention so that you know that that request is being made.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, I know that, the pains to set up the program, the assistance program, the manner that we have, a direct assistance was to potentially address the taxing issues, but we do need to develop that welfare exclusion policy and adopt that and to provide that assurance. And so we're working on that. As far as the additional assistance, the council is very aware. We get calls often, and we know folks, the money that they have received, whether it's through the federal stimulus or whatever, it's just they're catching up on things. So we see there's an ongoing need. So we're monitoring that. We're fully aware of that and be considering what to do, where we can, with the existing funds that we have, knowing that there may be some additional funds, so there's gridlock currently. But yes, Member Palace?
I just had a question, because we certainly support a second round of assistance, but looking at the applications received, I was just wondering, because that doesn't really tell us how many. It's 2,283 applications received, but I know that means more tribal members were assisted. So would you be able to tell us that numbers? Because what I'm looking at is how many tribal members fell through the gaps and they either don't know about the program or haven't applied. And I want to make sure that we're reaching those tribal members that haven't yet applied, especially, and I know we've already talked about this, but especially our incarcerated population. I know we're looking at the people in the state of Oregon. It's easier to identify those, but we also have tribal members that are incarcerated out of state, either in federal or other state facilities. And so I would really encourage family members, if you know somebody who's incarcerated, to make sure to have them apply and reach out to them, because it's really hard we don't have a full list of who our tribal members are. And so I'm not really sure how we can do more outreach to make sure that tribal members know about it. If maybe we can do a special newsletter or something. And then again, the general welfare ordinance is on the agenda later today. I don't know that it will be approved today, but we could look at doing a special general council, and it has the general welfare exclusion and the safe harbor provisions in that ordinance. And what it is it doesn't create a new program, but it applies to existing programs. And so it will apply to any program within the tribe that issues any kind of benefits to tribal members, and it will take care of that. So as long as that's passed, it will be okay. And I understand the need for a form letter, so we could look at doing a draft form letter. That way it's ready to go as soon as it's passed. I just had some concerns about how we're going to pass this ordinance, because typically if we amend or pass the ordinance, it has to go through general council. And so that's the problem, that we could approve it today, but it doesn't have general council approval. So without a general council meeting, it's still technically not approved per the Constitution. So that's that's been my concern, but we'll talk about that later today on the agenda.
Kathy, microphone.
And are you guys going to be talking about it being retro, being effective? Okay. So on the individuals in the institutions, so we are working on the data that we do have. So we're going to query from member benefits, a list of who we have on file, and then we're going to do a query from the program to line up who we've provided assistance to. And then when I get that completed, I'll forward that to you as a contact. And then we can discuss other avenues of how we reach out to the institutions. maybe it's sending, 10 to 15 copies to the administrators. I'm not sure what their proper name is, but so they could get it out to our tribal members. So we'll talk more about that too.
Thank you.
Chairman, if I may, just a point of clarification. I've gotten a couple of phone calls from tribal members concerned that that the emergency assistance will impact their food stamp, SNAP, and their TANF. So I did clarify with Greg Chandler, who's the director of the self-sufficiency program, or SNAP, here in Klamath County at least. And he informed me and left me a message as well. So just for tribal members that are listening that are on SNAP, this money will not be counted against you under SNAP. If you're applying for TANF, if you're an initial applicant for TANF, you have a $2,500 asset limit. So if they got that one-time funding this month, and that brings them over the $2,500, which includes a car, which includes savings, which includes this money, they're not going to be eligible for TANF. If they're already on TANF, the asset limit is $10,000. So if they receive this money and they have cars and other assets to the total of $10,000, they will be then terminated from their TANF program. So I just wanted to be clear that that's, I'm not sure this policy or this safe harbor,
General welfare exclusion.
Right, I'm not sure that will take care of that, because that's a different eligibility program for federal funds that are imposed by the federal government. In our TANF program, we are not counting this as income. But I believe that the other criteria still holds true. The $2,500 if you're an initial applicant, and $10,000 if you're recertifying on a monthly basis.
Thank you. All right, let's move along then. We're ready for Ariel to come and there's a grant application for the Medicare Improvements for Patients and Providers Act. So thank you, Ariel, for joining us today. And thanks for the information, Kathy, and report. Good work. And General Manager Lopez, thank you. And Julie?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you guys?
Good.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I was listening to your guys' conversations and I started writing down little notes, and thanks from Julie's presentation and also for that general welfare. But first, I'm going to get to the MIPA. MIPA is a very small grant. It is through, because we're a Title VI recipient, we are eligible for these monies. There is no indirect cap on these monies. It depends, so they have a total budget allocation for MIPA based upon the number of Title VI grantees who apply for the MIPA funds is what determines our allocation. But generally it's about $3,200. Sometimes it's slightly lower than that, but with those funds we commit to provide at least one community, I'm going to read it right from the thing. One community announcement and one community outreach event to inform and assist eligible American Indian elders about the benefits available to them through the Medicare Part D, the Low Income Subsidy, Medicare Savings Program, or Medicare Prevention Benefits and Screenings. And I actually met some wonderful people a couple months ago. One is a tribal member, Jimmy McNair, and they came here in January to do a presentation about Medicare and other insurance benefits. So I think I would prefer to bring them back because their presentation was very thorough and we got a lot of positive comments from the elders who did attend that presentation. So I have a plan on how to expend these dollars as well if we're granted a good allocation for this effort.
Any questions or comments? So, Member Dumont?
Well, I don't have any questions about this one. It looks pretty self-explanatory and looks like good work as usual. But I was hoping I might ask for a quick update on the report you gave last time, where you were trying to expand the list of elders on the nutritional support program, and also you had a walk-in cooler that you were in the process of purchasing, and
Yes.
just wondered if you might give us a brief update on that.
So long story short, let's see. The CARES internal document, I need to do that proposal. I have 5 other grant proposals that I need to get off my desk. So that's 6. I have a total of 6 right now that I need to get off my desk like in the next 2 weeks. So that is a priority to get that CARES proposal done. Originally, I was granted $200,000 through the CARES dollars. That's what the allocation was. It's a lot more now. In order to provide food distribution, so there's basically 2 aspects that I've outlined for food distribution specific. One is increasing the elders' meals. So we finished getting the quotes, I did, last week for the shipping freights. Now there's a couple of logistical things to get those shipping freights. There's also concern that because they're going to be at the Gosel Gigawa building, and that building's so beautiful, the shipping freights are going to be a little ugly. So our staff are, they're discussing, but they really want to see if we can get like the outsides of them painted, like maybe it's scenery, something. But the immediate solution to help us with addressing the storage capacity issues of Gosel Gigawa for food was because the building right now on the inside is very cramped. A suggestion from our Elders program cook was to buy shipping freights. There's a 20-foot reefer containers that we are wanting to purchase, and they can be either a refrigerator or a freezer, but it'll allow additional food storage. So this can be for our perishable food items that can be stored in these shipping containers. And so the quotes are done, purchase order is in the process, and the proposal, working on that. So we are making progress in that aspect of increasing elders' meals. Also for the elders' meals in Klamath Falls, finished the personal services contract yesterday. Then I need to get, because of our internal procurement policy, I need to get 3 quotes that demonstrate that there was no other provider that can provide the 40 meals to elders within Klamath County. Or Klamath Falls, sorry. So it's a process, but making headway in increasing the elders' meals. Then the other aspect is the food distribution, and that's where me and Julie have been discussing how to integrate both of our programs into one community outreach event. And that is coming along. It's all going to be within my proposal. I'm going to ask for a lot of funding, but it's all going to be to provide the in-kind support to them, whether that's food. We also, Julie and I were discussing how to, at some of our drive-through events, we don't have a lot of participation by our homeless tribal members. So also keeping them in mind as we're designing a food program. You know, we're not going to give them a huge box of food that consists of perishable items because they wouldn't have no way of storing it. So keeping them in mind, I thought to do gift certificates or gift cards to local restaurants, being here Chiloquin and in Klamath Falls, and then that way they would have ability for food. And then the other supports that wasn't necessarily identified in our food distribution project, but other tribes are doing it for their elders, is their stockpiling, toiletry, sanitation, and other household items. We don't have the storage for that. So I'm going to request that in my proposal that we can buy an additional shipping container, but this one would not be refrigerated or freezer, but it would allow us the capacity to perhaps stockpile some of these items that maybe in the winter they're going to need. And I think the other, I mean, that's like in a nutshell, like of the services that are being anticipated and we're trying to plan for before winter comes.
That's good, thank you, appreciate it.
Okay. So are there any questions on the grant proposal or comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the grant application.
I'll
Yes.
make that motion.
Okay. Okay. Treasurer Hatcher, second by Member Palace. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by raising a hand. Count 5. Those opposed? 0 opposed. Abstentions? 1 abstention. Motion carries. Thank you, Ariel. Thanks for the
Thank you.
great job. Really appreciate all the hard work you're doing for us and your staff, so thanks so much. Okay, next up, we have, with the Tribal Member Assistance Program Agreement, Sherry Brown is, there you are. Thanks for joining us, Sherry. How are you doing today? Good. We'll make sure you get the microphone there.
This is my first time, doing it.
There's 2 switches there. I don't know if they're both on.
It's a resolution for a tribal member to, she bought a house in 2018, and she wants to, we have a limited waiver of subordination agreement for her to lower her interest rate. She's been in there since, for 2 years, and we just have to have this subordination agreement to, for them, for her bank to lower her interest rate.
Oh, I see.
And they did this, Roberta done 2 of them before.
So this is a member that's participating in our program, and we're trying to get a lower interest rate? and
Yeah.
We need to, okay. Give folks a few moments to look through. Yes, Member Dumont?
So I just wanted to make sure I understood. So what this was really about was just allowing the lending institution to get in front of the tribe
Yeah.
in the event that there was a foreclosure.
Yeah, and then 3 more years with her will be forgiven.
Okay. How many of these do we do? for
I do
members?
6 a year,
6
and
a
I'm on
year.
my last one this year. I usually do, since I've been here, I think it was 2015 when I went back in housing. And I succeeded about 10 one year when I did it. And 6, then we went down to 6 a year. So we do 6 a year now.
So the action to take on this is Tribal Council Resolution 2020-22.
Yeah, yeah. This is the one we had you sign, Dawn.
Okay. All right, any questions or comments? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to approve Tribal Council Resolution 2020-022, Tribal Council Resolution approving and authorizing the execution of a limited waiver of sovereign immunity for a subordination agreement for the Klamath Tribes Housing Department. And that's specific to the lender in the tribal member attached. So
I'll
is-
make that
okay.
motion.
Thank you, Brandy. Is there a second? Okay, second by Member Dumont. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. 5, okay. Those opposed, the same. 0 opposed, with 1 abstention. Motion carries. Thank you, Sherry. You did great. You say that was your first time? Well, you did wonderful. Thank you. We're not so scary, are we? So, yeah, the next up, I guess, we're going to call Housing Director Roberta Sexton in. In the meantime, we could take a look at the HUD COVID-19 funding plan that she provided. I know folks maybe had an opportunity to look at it, but let's take some time and look through that and be ready. I forward that bio to Jennifer. I think while we're waiting for her to come in, I'll go give her let her know so I could print it off. Or have her print it off. So, be with you shortly. Vice Chair, could you help conduct at this point? I'll just do something real quick and. Okay.
There's more wipes in that, looks like a, not near. I saw the email that I didn't
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm here today for approval of our COVID 2020 Indian Housing Plan, and these are just the HUD COVID dollars that I'm talking. Okay, we had our working session about a month ago, I believe, with Tribal Council, and I made those requested changes. And so what we are going to be doing is we are going to be responding to COVID by purchasing an existing duplex and a home for an isolation quarantine facility. That will be one activity. And then we went in and we were going to, oh my gosh, I wish these were different. We are going to help with rental assistance payments. This was what we will be doing with the current participants in the rental and transition program. The housing department will be paying 100% of their rental payments. It was for 3 months. I was starting this in September, October, and November. And the reason I'm doing that is because then I'd have to send it to HUD for their approval, so there's like a 30-day wait there.
And that was for 77 households? Is that-
Yes, 77 units, 77 families. My next is the homeless temporary shelter, and this is just to home people who have been affected by COVID that need a home. We'll put them in a motel for 14 days. And it's just for COVID-affected people, homeless.
So Roberta, I recall that when we talked about this last time, there was some concern about potential liability on the part of the tribe for motels, particularly if they were out of the area. And we had talked about maybe getting with behavioral health and perhaps doing some assessments of folks. Not that homeless is always connected with other issues, but oftentimes it is, right? Just to make sure that people were okay before we were putting them in the motel rooms. Did that get followed up on at all?
I didn't do any type of wraparound program because I've been actually doing more screening. I've been doing more screening of the person. And the current ones for the CARES, it has to be COVID related, not just because they're homeless, because they're homeless, you know. They have to be affected by COVID. But with this one, if you wanted, I could have them, I could contact Devery or Monica and let them know this is the person that I have in here, if that's what you'd like. I could do that, but these are people who have been affected by the COVID.
Yeah. Thank you.
Germed it up. So, Tribal Council, just thank you for that, Councilmember Dumont, and just for clarification on that, we've had, unfortunately, several bad experiences, one of which put children at risk, and I'm not okay with that. So Roberta and I discussed the idea of focusing at least the housing part of the assistance for the hotel for folks that lost their home due to COVID. So we have some folks that can't pay rent, that are not necessarily, and I hate to say it may not be politically correct, but they're not chronically homeless. They've lost their apartment. We had one family out of Ashland or Medford, who, of all things, there was a fire in her apartment, and they were trying to put her up in an emergency shelter, and she had like 3 children, and she was scared. So we put her in a hotel room, absolutely no problem, wonderful tribal member. So we thought together that we would focus this program on folks that lost their home because of COVID, either lost their job or, something due to that. Then allow behavioral health to work on the other aspect, to work on the folks that need more than just a hotel room. So I'm hoping that council concurs. I'm not comfortable trying to push housing to become a behavioral health program. It's really difficult.
Thank you, George. I know you shared that generally with me a while back, that you're focusing on the manner that you have, and I appreciate you bringing that before the council, but is there any concern or thought? I think we do need to be really thoughtful and deliberate on how to address those other needs. So this program is just generally folks that have lost a home or in that current situation, knowing that there's other need out there, so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The next item, 4.1, temporary utility assistance. This would be to serve our current tenants in our low rent program, and we would be paying $100 a month for 3 months for the eligible tenants. And why I say eligible is because this is a HUD program and we have to follow HUD guidelines. So if we had somebody who was over income, they wouldn't be able to receive this $100 for their utility assistance. And of course, we would, we know who's over income and everything, so. And that would serve 86 tenants. Our next one would be, 5.1 would be for COVID reimbursement, and this would just be to reimburse salaries when we were closed down. We can reimburse the COVID payment for the salaries that were paid out. And the reason I put 151 is because HUD wants to know, they would serve 151 families. That's our rental assistance, our transition, and our low rent program. So that's where 151 comes from. And then 6.1, rental assistance payments for non-participants. This would be for, what did I say? We would try to serve 10 tribal families who are not participants in the Klamath Tribe's rental assistance and transition program. This temporary program would assist tribal members in the state of Oregon with their rent. And what we would do with that, we plan to pay $500 per month for 3 months directly to the landlords, to tribal members who have been affected by COVID that need rental help. State of Oregon. And that would be 10 families. And that is what I plan to do with our $947,514 of HUD COVID. And I would like your approval and the chairman's signature, if possible.
Okay, any questions or comments? Yes.
So Chairman, I don't have any further questions about this proposal, but I did, with the general manager's permission, want to ask her another question about a real different matter. I don't have to do it until after the vote if
So
you want.
let's get to this first, and then we can ask the other questions. Okay. So I'd entertain a motion to approve the plan. Oops, I don't have it. The proposal that's presented, COVID funding plan. Okay.
Go ahead, Willa.
Member Palace, and
Okay.
second by Treasurer Hatcher. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by raising a hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Looks like 5. Those opposed, 0 opposed. Abstentions, with the 1 abstention, motion carries. So thank you. Clay?
So yeah, Roberta, I'd gotten a couple of questions about the Wi-Fi over at the Congregate building. Apparently there's some there, but it's not real strong and doesn't work in all the rooms, or at least that's what I'm being told. And so I wondered if there was a way we might improve that for.
Well, when we put the Wi-Fi over there, the intention wasn't for the tenants. It was because we have to do what we call mink over there. And what we did is we tried to get the best that CenturyLink had so it could try to help all the other tenants. So it wasn't intended for the rooms.
So I guess I'm wondering now with the CARES dollars, that should be allowable. And given that we're trying to set things up so that people can social distance and participate in tribal government, that it might be a really good time to upgrade what's over there.
Okay, we can do that. Where's Troy? No. Yeah. So,
General
yeah.
Manager's behind you.
Oh, yes, now I have a question for you guys. We had sent our request to get our policies approved. I've seen one response from Willa, and she said she would like to have a work session. So is that something everybody wants, or, okay.
Yeah, we'll set that
So
up.
can we set that date?
Mhm.
Come on, Berta.
Uh,
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Now I'm holding you guys to this.
Yeah, Jennifer and Joseph can help set that up.
Set it up for 2021.
2021. No,
Yeah.
I need it 2020, please. Okay, great. All right, thank you guys very much.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Roberta. Thanks for the good work. Okay. So I'll sign this now. I know we're expecting, we're going to move towards an appreciation of our longtime friend and retired person from the Native American Rights Fund, Don Wharton, and we also invited some other folks to be present too for events that are coming up here. So it'll be a few minutes yet before we get started. Yes. I told him I'd let him know, so I'll give him a text and let him know to join right at 11:30. Would that be best? Oh, okay. Okay.
And then I believe too that God won't be here for
Okay.
11:45?
Yeah.
That'll work, we can go right into that.
Mhm. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. signature. What was I sitting on there? So if anybody's just joined, it'll be 11:30 before we move on to the next part of the agenda.
Good job, Joe.
Still yell at Joe.
I don't know, Clay mentioned something about it.
Yes.
So, I don't know that I got it.
There's a previous email. Yeah, I just printed it out, it's just a short letter.
Brandy did.
Don Wharton.
Hey Don, how are you?
I'm well. Who is this?
This is Roberta.
Hey, Roberta. How you doing?
I am healthy and doing well.
That's something these days.
Yeah? We're waiting for a couple of people to come into the auditorium. I don't... And Chairman's right here.
Mr. Chairman,
Hey, Don, how you doing? We'll put you through on the system.
I'm well.
It's not really very loud. Okay, we're back in session now, and we have a wonderful opportunity. I'm going to face the cameras. Can you see me okay, Joseph, on there? Unfortunately, our long-term friend, Don Wharton, and partner of the Klamath Tribes, couldn't be in here in person with us today, but we received a letter and notice that he was retiring from the Native American Rights Fund. And I asked Don to provide a biography of his service to the Klamath Tribes. I know he came to work with us quite a while back after termination, years of termination and struggle, had so many issues. And at the time he came back, it was such a long time ago, the whole idea of Indian law was just developing. And Don and Native American Rights Fund was a big part of that. And he's a personal friend to many of us. I see his picture every now and then when I go back to my wedding pictures in 1974. Don was there supporting us, so a man that many of us know and love for all those years of service to us. And I wanted to read his bio, and we want to honor him and recognize him and thank him for the wonderful service that he provided, not only to us, but Indian country in general, and thank him for being such a good friend to our people. Donald Wharton graduated from the University of Colorado Law School in 1973. He was recruited by the Native American Rights Fund to become a VISTA volunteer attorney at the Organization of Forgotten American, a community organization of the Klamath, Modoc, and Yuskin Band of Snake, our Paiute people. While representing members of the tribe in an array of consumer protection and civil rights matters, Don was also counsel in the late Chuck Kimball versus Callahan lawsuit. Of course, we know Chuck's passing, and he was a significant part of that, which vindicated the tribe's treaty-reserved hunting, fishing, and gathering and water rights. After cases argued before 2 federal courts and 2 federal courts of appeals, the tribe's hunting, fishing, and gathering rights were decided in favor of the tribes. In May 1975, Don assisted the tribes in calling the first tribal general council meeting since the adoption of the disastrous 1954 Termination Act. That marked the beginning of the restoration of the Klamath tribes to full federal recognition and the right to exercise full tribal sovereignty under federal law, which was accomplished in 1986. In addition, in 1975, Don assisted the tribes in working with the Native American Rights Fund to join a federal lawsuit to secure the treaty-guaranteed water rights of the tribes for the protection of the treaty hunting, fishing, and gathering rights. Don was appointed general legal counsel to the tribes at that time. Don served on the American Indian Policy Review Commission, a joint congressional commission, first on the Jurisdiction Task Force and then later as a special counsel to the American Indian Policy Review Commission from 1975 to 1977. And that commission wrote a report for Congress on the status of Indian affairs. Don joined the Department of Interior Solicitor's Office in the Indian Affairs Division in 1977, where he worked on the Northwest Indian fishing case, United States versus Washington, until it went to the U.S. Supreme Court. And he also worked on the Pyramid Lake water cases in Nevada, along with various other matters. This is a long list. I know that this is only a part of it for as many years of service on NARF. In 1979, Don returned to Oregon as the founding director of the Native American Program of Oregon Legal Services. The Board of Native Leaders set as the priority for the program working towards restoration of federally recognized status for those tribes in Oregon that were subjected to the disastrous termination policy and laws. In 1983, Don accepted a position with the newly established Navajo Nation Department of Justice, where he worked on development of energy resource projects. In 1988, Don returned to Colorado to join the staff of the Native American Rights Funds to work under a grant on economic development issues. After that grant ran out, Don worked on a number of issues, including work with the Klamath tribes to finally end the last vestige of the termination era laws with the repeal of the Klamath Tribe Distribution Act of 1965. Legislation to effect a repeal is pending in Congress, having passed the Senate and awaiting action by the House. So at this time, Don, we wanted to give you an opportunity to share what you would like to share. And just know, on behalf of our people, we so much appreciate you, all that you've done for us, and your long-term commitment to Klamath tribes and Indian country. And we know you're our friend. We know that you have family here in Oregon, so we expect you to visit from time to time whenever you can, as soon as things are more safe. And look forward to seeing you again, our friend. And we honor you. We thank you for all that you have done. And I'm sure you'll still continue to do the things that you can at this point. But appreciate you, Don, so much, probably more than we can express. And heartfelt thank you, Don. And Mo Sepketcha, thank you very much. Don, if you'd like to share, we'd give you that opportunity.
I just really so deeply appreciate your sentiments in this, and I want to say that, you know, whatever you may think you got, I got so much more in return. When I arrived in Klamath Falls, I knew nothing, as most of the attorneys in the United States knew nothing. about Indian affairs or Indian law or indeed Indian people. And you opened your hearts and you opened your minds and you undertook my education, which was not that easy, actually. You had to struggle a bit to educate me. And I appreciate your patience with that. And I know that so many of your revered leaders were a part of that beginning for me, to begin to open my eyes to the history of Native American in America, and the fact that we had not been taught that history or our own history. And hopefully that has begun to change. I think it is getting better in some ways, but so many of us were ignorant. And the hardest part of that is that the political leaders and the judicial folks at the time were as ignorant as anyone about this. So your efforts to help me understand were what translated into my advocacy on behalf of Indian country. I am so lucky, so blessed to have been able to begin my journey with you. And I just really can't tell you enough how much and how deeply I appreciate that.
Well, thank you, Don. Thank you, Don. Well, your heart for and our people and just the personality and everything you brought, that's why you've been so successful and why you're so endearing to all of us. So thank you for sharing that. We wanted to offer a certificate of appreciation. Is that right here? Okay. I wanted to read it to you, Don, and we'll make sure to get this to you. And we also have a gift that we'll make sure that you receive. This is a certificate of excellence. This honor is to be bestowed upon Don Wharton for excellence. Excuse me. I'm going to start over. This certificate of excellence, this honor is bestowed upon Don Wharton for excellence in years of legal services for the Klamath Tribes, awarded at the Klamath Tribes this 12th day of August, 2020, and it's signed by me, Chairman of the Klamath Tribes, and Secretary Frost. So on behalf of the council, we thank you so much, Don. And we have a gift of a Pendleton blanket, and as you know, the gift of Pendleton blankets by our Native people is a significant honor, and we want to make sure that you receive this, Don. I'll lift it up and show it to you. Or I know you're on the phone, so I'm showing it to our tribal members that are on video.
Yes. Hey, it's beautiful, right? It's a Pendleton. It's beautiful.
Dawn, this is Brandy. I think it matches all the colors that you like.
Well, I'm sure it does. How could it not?
So again, and I know we'd like to give you an honor song. I know we're expecting to acknowledge some other members of the Klamath Tribes here, and I'm not sure how long you could stay with us, Don. If you have enough time for us to present these awards, and then we could provide an honor song for all of the folks that we're recognizing here today, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely. No problem. I'll definitely stick around for that.
Great. Thank you. Thanks so much, Don. Is there anybody else from the council or anybody that would like to say anything? So,
I just wanted to pass on that Will says hello, and I wouldn't let him throw a glass of water in the middle of the floor, so we just appreciate all your work and efforts on behalf of the Klamath Tribes. Thank you, Don.
thanks, Don.
Thank you, Brandy.
At this time, we have some other staff members that we want to acknowledge and thank for their excellent service to the Klamath Tribes. Before we get to that, I wanted to introduce our new Health General Manager, Dr. Obinna Alarabe, and thank him so much for coming to serve our people. I know words got out about him and all that he brings, and I know he's just hit the ground running. And Doctor, we so much appreciate you. We have a few items that we wanted to gift you just to bring you on and to welcome you. And thank you for your coming clear from Nigeria to be here with us. And with a heart to serve our people. I know you're an open book in a sense that you want to receive and understand who we are and understand our needs and our culture and want to serve us. I know that's a part of your heart and communication that we've seen, and I know you bring so much, as with your past experience. But I see a person of integrity and commitment, a person that's going to help us move forward and help us improve services for our members, health services. So, Doctor, I'm going to shake your hand and welcome you, and we'll make sure to use the hand sanitizer afterwards. It's just such a strange time for us. But, Doctor, welcome to the homeland of our Paiute and our Modoc and our Klamath people. We're honored to have you here with us, and we welcome you here to our homeland. And thank you for considering us and making such a significant move with you and your family, your beautiful family. I had opportunity to meet, and know you're going to bring much to our community, and not only bring benefit to our people, but to our community in general. So, Doctor, thanks for coming and being a part, and look forward to continue to work with you. And I appreciate your engagement and your heart for our people. It's been evident, so thank you, Doctor. So, sure, and if you'd like to say something.
Just to say thank you to Don, to Roberta, to all the council members for this awesome privilege to be here live in Klamath Falls. Before February this year, I never knew a place called Klamath Falls existed. I've been to US more than 10, 15, 20 times. I've not been this way. But I'm glad that by just God coincidences, I'm here today. And I came with my family because I believe that we're going to stay here for a while to do some good work. Over the past 1 month, I have met one of the most amazing people in my lifetime. The Klamath people are amazing. And they are open book as well, willing to talk to me, willing to teach me what I don't know. What Don is saying is actually an interesting stuff, because in the last 1 month, I have learned what I have not learned in the past 25 years of medical practice, and I'm still learning. And I hope that together we'll make a difference. Together we'll give our people better health. Together we'll leave a legacy, just as Don has done. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for all the amazing helps I've received from you, trying to settle in this environment. It's been good, and I look forward to the days ahead of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
We have this gift for you, if you'd like to use this.
Thank you very much.
I hope this stuff doesn't become traditional, having to do the. It's we adapt and we persevere. We're resilient, and we're so very thankful. The Tribal Council. We wanted to recognize some of our staff members that really stepped up to assist us in this long process of bringing a health general manager to us. And all this happened to stack COVID-19 on top of it. It's just, I know they worked so hard even prior to everything else that they took on. And, the council is so appreciative, and our people are so appreciative of everything that you've done to step up to assist us. And we can't thank you enough. We have certificates of appreciation that we wanted to award, and we wanted to thank you and honor you. I'll read the certificate for each individual as they come up, and I'd ask you to stand, and then we'll bring Dr. Benebach up, and we know Don Orton is on the phone with us, and then we wanted to honor you with an honor song. We wanted to provide some gifts to you, and it's just a token of our appreciation, these gifts are. And I just want you to know from our hearts, the hearts of all of our council members, and the hearts of our people, we thank you so much for everything that you've done for us to step up and assist us in the difficult time. So we wanted to, we think it's important to honor you and recognize you. And so thank you for coming and being here with us today. And okay. So I'd like to invite Guy Palace. He's a director of our IT department at Tribal Health. And Guy, when we spoke to him, he ended up taking on quite a bit, though he had the assistance of the others that we brought in. And in addition to his the duties he was hired for initially, which he maintained, he stepped in and has done so much to help keep the ship floating, and we were able to make some significant positive accomplishments even in that time, and get through, though we're not through it, some of the very many difficulties we faced with the COVID-19 pandemic. So, Guy, from our hearts, we thank you so much for all that you've done for us, and pray blessings upon you and your family. We offer these gifts as just a token again, as our appreciation. And this is a certificate of excellence, and this is bestowed upon Guy Palace for his excellence in performance of expanded duties while fulfilling the tasks of the Health General Manager. And this is awarded by the Klamath Tribes this 12th day of August 2020, and it's signed by me and Secretary Frost. We have a gift certificate in here for you. And Guy, I'm going to award this to you, but I'm going to do the whole hand sanitizer thing. I'm kind of a huggy person. I don't feel like wiping it all over my whole body before. So thank you, Guy.
Did you give him a certificate?
Oh, yeah.
You take it back? Make sure the envelope's not empty.
And this time I have a certificate for Tim Langford. Tim, the director of our pharmacy, and also part of our incident management team, and really just his many years of service to the tribes really haven't gone unnoticed, and we appreciate you, Tim, and know that you took on quite a bit, around this, and your assistance with the incident management team, and your ongoing service to our people. And I've known you for a number of years. I met you quite a while back when you worked up at Warm Springs, and I knew that we had a good person coming when he came to us, and you've just proven yourself to be a person of commitment and excellent service to our people, and you certainly stepped up in this time. So we wanted to honor you too with this certificate. This honor goes to Tim Langford in excellence in performance of expanded duties while fulfilling the tasks for the Health General Manager. And it's this 12th day of August 2020, signed by me and Secretary Frost. Thank you, Tim. Oops, I'm going to try to keep it again. Give me my certificates. Okay. Okay, and Monica Yellowall, our Behavioral Health Director, please come forth. And I know folks know Monica. She's the face of the tribes often as she goes out and provides information on our history and culture that's so important for our community to understand, all in her service to the Klamath Tribes. And Monica, we just appreciate you so much, all that you've done and continue to do for us to bring forth health in our tribes, and holistic health, knowing everything that we've been through, And the fact that we are resilient and survivors, you've continued to affirm that. And we just thank you all for all that you've done and continue to do for us, and how you stepped up and assisted us in this difficult time. So thank you so much. And this certificate is given to you for your excellence in performance of expanded duties while fulfilling the tasks for the Health General Manager. And it's awarded here at the Klamath Tribes on the 12th day of August, 2020, signed by me and Secretary Frost. So thank you, Monica. And Nicole, we appreciate you so much, Nicole Mendez. She was incident commander with our incident management team, and served us in a very excellent way in that manner, and also our compliance coordinator. So she's critical to our operations to make sure that we're doing everything that we need to be doing to provide excellent service, and making sure that we're doing all we can to protect our tribal members and our community. Nicole, and I know you've served in other ways too for us as interim general manager for a short period of time, and just thank you so much for all that you bring and have brought to the Klamath Tribes, and how you stepped up to help us in this difficult time. And please take this as a token of our appreciation and thankfulness, and on behalf of the Tribal Council and our people, thank you so much. And the certificate, folks haven't figured it out by now. This is kind of a team effort to fill in with what Dr. Larrabee is going to be doing. And this is over and above their normal duties in the midst of this pandemic that we've been dealing with. So that's why the wording is similar. And this is awarded to Nicola Mendez in excellence in performance of expanded duties while fulfilling tasks for the General Manager. It's awarded by the Klamath Tribes on the 12th day of August, 2020, signed by me and Secretary Frost. So, thank you, Nicola. So, Dr. Larrabee and Don on the phone here, we asked that we have an honor song performed for you in your honor, and in spirit of thankfulness and love and appreciation on behalf of the council and our people. And we're going to have Taylor and Jesse, if you don't mind coming forward, we'd appreciate it. So for our members that are listening in, don't be camera shy, but I know it's a little bit difficult doing this in these times, but so much appreciate everyone, and certainly wanted to honor you the best we can. And
Don, are we using this other drum?
no. Did you want the 2 drums? I've got another drum. Okay. Thank you so much.
What?
Thank you so much. I appreciate everybody. Thanks for coming again. Thank you so much for all you do. And Don, thank you for joining us on the phone today. Look forward to seeing you in person again, hopefully soon, buddy. And hopefully you can stop by when you visit your family up in the Redmond area. So thank you, council. At this time, we're going to recess for lunch, and I'm going to say a blessing over our food. Not lampatisa plaidakni, mosap ketcha dichipa, mosap ketcha gautzamox, gautzalaneas. One from above, I thank you for this good day. I thank you for the good food. And I pray and ask and thank you so much for our relatives, our friends, our relatives here today. And we honor them and thank them for allowing them to be a part of our lives and our community. Continue to bless them and continue to hear our prayers and bless our people. I pray this in Creator Son, Jesus' name, Jetswan. Amen. Thank you. It's all been said. Thanks, folks. So we'll go into recess now, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. So again, thanks, everybody.
Are you ready for me, Chairman?
Yes, we're back in session. I have 103, and on the agenda here, we have Annette Liba from the Oregon State Regional Solutions, and she's going to walk us through an opportunity to appoint a tribal representative or a representative from the Klamath tribes. So Annette, if you'd like to lead us through, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Are you ready for me? Great.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me. So I think you may have been provided a draft charter for a group that is called the Regional Equity and Recovery Council, and or an overall presentation that summarizes the organization of staff in the executive office related to equity and recovery. So we have as you know, a once-in-a-century public health challenge accompanied by once-in-a-century economic challenges. The governor is focused on centering racial equity in the response and recovery moving forward, and in her policy and budget agenda as well. And we all know that on top of existing extreme disparities, the pandemic is hitting Black, Indigenous, and people of color disproportionately. We want to make sure, as we support health education and that we do support health education and commerce, both during the pandemic and afterwards. And we're focused on doing so differently than in previous economic recessions, primarily in recognition of both the disproportionate impacts and the fact that the prior recoveries have not been even, and not everyone has benefited evenly from those. And so the governor is focused on centering racial justice on both pandemic operations and response. And in order to support that, I have been asked to convene a regional equity and recovery council. It will cover the 5-county area that I serve on behalf of the governor, so Jefferson, Crook, Deschutes, Klamath, and Lake counties. And the purpose of the council is to provide a robust regional conduit that will have an opportunity to provide input both to the pandemic operations and response moving forward, and the policy and budget development related to the Racial Justice Council. And the Regional Equity and Recovery Council will be appointed by the governor as a group. I am in the process of identifying membership, but it will include tribes, community-based organizations, counties, cities, business representatives, education representatives. That's kind of the mix of people that I'm currently looking to include. So with that, I might stop there, Chairman, and see what questions you and the council have of me.
One of the questions I have is what type of time commitment, how often would be meetings would be, and if there's a thinking of what potential candidates might be experienced in or interested in.
Thank you for that question, Chairman. My understanding is that the meetings will be more frequent initially. So right now, the schedule for appointing the council might be, we might get it done towards the second or the last week in August, with the first meeting maybe being in September. And given that there will be an opportunity to provide input to the development of policy and budget priorities for the next legislative session, the first 8 weeks, we may be meeting every week, once a week, because the governor's recommended budget needs to be done by the end of October. And then it goes to the printer by the middle of November. So there might be a little wiggle room in there, but certainly not more than by the middle of November. And I think the kind of person that would be helpful to include in these conversations is somebody with experience related to the barriers that the tribal people currently experience to economic opportunity and economic security.
Okay.
So somebody who maybe has experience working in the economic development field, or it could be a council person who has an interest in economic development, and I would say not just economic development, but also the social determinants of health. So things like availability of housing, child care, barriers to equal access to health care, those kinds of knowledge, I think, would be helpful.
Mhm. So, so the overall purpose, I mean, what, there'd be a plan that is developed in a budget, is that correct? Do I understand what the outcome of this would be?
So I'm not sure if you have the presentation that I shared available to maybe share with the council.
I
But
didn't.
we've got,
I'm sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
didn't make sure that folks had that. That's the PowerPoint presentation? So I don't think they have that, so I apologize.
that's okay. So there are, let me kind of describe to you, in slide 19 in that presentation is an overview of how the executive branch is organizing the work. And on the left-hand side, we have pandemic operations and response. The governor is chairing two councils, one focused on healthy early learners and another focused on healthy schools. And then we have a multi-agency coordinating group that is also focused on pandemic operations and response. And we've got a number of state agencies working on that. And we have subcommittees for congregate care, food processing, fire camps, adults in custody, and homeless. And so and then we also have ethnicity-based subcommittees based on migrant farm workers, Black and African American, Asian and Pacific Islander, tribes, and Latinx. And so that's kind of the structure around pandemic operations and response. Then on the right-hand side of the framework is where we talk about policy and budget priorities. The governor will be chairing a racial justice council, and you probably saw that that was announced about 10 days ago. We're not finished with the membership of the council yet. I anticipate another round of appointments being made. And then there are 5 subcommittees underneath, and the Racial Justice Council and the 5 subcommittees under that council are the ones who are focused on policy and budget priorities. And the 5 subcommittees under the Racial Justice Council include criminal justice and police accountability, economic opportunity, environment and natural resources, housing and homelessness, and health equity. And so my boss, who is the Regional Solutions Director and Jobs and Economy Policy Advisor, will be responsible for convening the Economic Opportunity Subcommittee on the Racial Justice Council. And then in the middle of the org chart is where you have the governor's executive team that really works on both sides of the framework. One side being pandemic operations and response, the other side being policy and budget priorities. And in the middle is where the Regional Equity in Recovery Council sits. So it is not tasked with developing a specific report. It is tasked with identifying issues that are important to this, the folks in this 5-county region, and then providing feedback on materials and recommendations that are developed by other subcommittees that are represented in the framework. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, thank you. So, I mean, I didn't necessarily have anybody in mind, and I know we're all pretty strapped here at the tribal council level. It doesn't have to be a council member, so I think what we'd want to do is think about this a little bit, and I'll make sure that the PowerPoint presentation gets out to folks. I apologize, I thought I forwarded that, but I didn't, I see with my attachments, so. And we'll discuss this further and get back to you. I know you want to move fairly quickly, correct?
It would be ideal to have a name before the end of the week.
Okay. So,
And you are correct, Chairman. It does not need to be a council member. Staff would be very welcome as well.
okay,
And you've got some excellent staff there, so.
yes, we do. So what I'll do is I'll put this on my calendar to follow through by tomorrow, see if we can get back with you of a potential to appoint. I think I'll get back with you at least by the end of, I'm going to be off work Friday, so I'll be back to you at least by the end of the day tomorrow.
That would be fantastic. And then the next step would be, for me, would be to reach out to that individual and maybe kind of walk them through the PowerPoint and the charter for the group as well.
Okay. Okay, that sounds very, very good. Well, thank you, Annette. Thank you for the opportunity. Are there any other questions about this? Yes, Jesse?
Good afternoon, Annette. This is Jessie Kakta, and I had a question. As the regional coordinator, working with Crook, Deschutes, Jefferson, and Lake counties, who else have you gotten to confirm participation in this committee?
Great question. Let me pull up my draft membership list. So I am speaking also with the Warm Springs tribe. And then, so let me actually just walk through here. And these are in no particular order. It just, I have the director of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Lab at OSU Cascades. I have a business instructor from Central Oregon Community College, Latino Community Association, the Warm Springs Community Action Team, the Oregon Community Foundation. I've reached out to all 5 counties, the Small Business Development Center, the East Cascades Workforce Investment Board, South Central Oregon Economic Development District, and then their counterpart for Central Oregon, Klamath Lakes Community Action Services, so Christina Zamora, Neighbor Impact, a City of Bend counselor, the Mayor of Madras, the Mayor of Prineville, Eric Osterberg for the City of Klamath Falls, Randy Cox, the Klamath County Economic Development Association, Sun River Resort Manager, Colonel Jim Mitchell, the Vice Commander at Kingsley Field, Christopher Koski, who is the Director of Customer Experience and Health Equity at Cascade Comprehensive Care, the Chief Operating Officer for St. Charles. I've reached out to Wakaya Wells, the Assistant Director of Diversity and Belonging at OIT, Maria Lucia from the Lake County Chamber, and Maita Benitez, Family Support Coordinator for Jefferson County.
Okay, any other thoughts, questions? Okay. I did find that PowerPoint, and I just sent that out to the rest of the tribal council. And I'll connect with folks and see if, and get back to you by the end of the day, business tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much for your time today, and have a great day.
Thank you, Annette. Appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye. I see Steve's here.
Did somebody else come on the line?
Is that you on the phone there, Jared? Or is he
This is George. I'm listening in from my office here.
Oh, okay. Do you know if Jared's coming in person, or?
I'm not sure. Let me reach out to him real quick.
Okay. In the interim, if folks are comfortable, let's move Steve up since he's here. Thanks for joining us, Steve. Before us is the Big Coyote and Black Hills modification, which is one of our projects that we've taken on. It sounds like there's a a modification. So thanks for joining us, Steve. We've got a handheld microphone, I think. Might be right there if you, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So what I have for you today is 2 modifications to the MSA. So they're for 2 separate SPAs under the MSA. And so I'll give you a little background so you understand what this actually is. It's not simple, so if you've gone through it, it is complex. But what it is basically on these projects, you know, we estimate numbers through time, and then as we actually implement the project, the real numbers come in. And so once we have enough of those types of information that we need to update, we modify the agreement. And so that's a general reason why we modify these, and then we usually update a little bit other stuff at the same time. So of these 2 modifications to SPAs, we have the Black Hills modification. And so where we're at on that project is we have completed all of our timber harvesting work, and we have currently $205,000 of retained receipts that we plan to use to do service work treatments. So those would be treatments that are a bit more complex and sensitive, and we tend to use tribal members on the ground doing labor work like aspen thinning and riparian treatment areas and that type of thing. So this is something that we're currently planning. I just put together some information to prioritize those treatments out there, and we can get started on them after we finish with this modification. A note on the Black Hills that I'd like to say is there's been a lot of treatments out in that area recently. Those aren't all the tribal treatments. We have 2 treatments out there, so we have roughly 1/3 of the acreage retreated. And I think it's important to understand that there's been other treatments out there that were probably less than desirable, and we intend on addressing those treatments. And more specifically, I'm talking about recent fire treatments out there, prescribed fire, because there's a lot of prescribed fire coming here soon, and we want to make sure everybody understands exactly what that means. And the prescribed fire out near Black Hills is not what we're looking for. So we're going to address that and make sure that folks understand that, because it's terribly important to our cultural plants. So we really need to address fire, and we'll do so into the future, in the near future, a lot more.
Yes.
Can you go into a little bit more detail about that, Steve, about what happened that wasn't desirable?
Yeah, so out on Black Hills, the NEPA was done before I got here, and some implementation had been done out there, some of the logging. So those treatments had been Forest Service treatments over the last probably 5 to 10 years, but within the last 5 years, the SPA treatments have taken place. And so with all of these logging treatments, that's not the final, it's not the end result. So there's a lot more work to be done in those areas to finish them in order to actually restore them. And so that's something I'm talking about here with these retained receipts, to use that funding to restore those priority sensitive areas. In addition to some of that treatment, prescribed fire is gaining traction, I would say, right now, because of the large fires we're seeing across the country. And so there's more prescribed fire coming. And historically, prescribed fire tended to be focused on what was called fuels reduction. And that's basically to remove a lot of dead material out of the forest, or competition for growing trees. So it was really tree focused. And a lot of, fire was taken off the landscape and started to be suppressed over 100 years ago now. And so the main reason for that is a subject of debate. But what I see is it was about trees. Fire kills trees. Trees are worth something, right? So it was really forestry related. So now that fire is coming back, to me, in a system that is dependent on fire, it's going to help with a healthy forest. So some of this prescribed fire that's gone on here in the past has been for field reduction. It's to burn out a lot of dead material and other plants that are competition, like I said. So that is what it looks like took place in the Black Hills recently, and that would have been towards the end of last year, end of 2019. And it's important to understand that it takes a year to see if a prescribed fire was good or bad. So we try not to judge until a year passed. And so I've gone out there and looked at it, and it was it burned really hot. It burned through some sensitive areas. And if people are concerned, they should understand I am as well, and we're going to address it. So we're going to see a lot more of that fire and a lot more of these sensitive site treatments in riparian areas or areas associated with, water or sensitive soils or meadows, say. But also fire is coming to some of those areas too on a large scale. So I just don't want anybody to be caught off guard when it comes to that.
Yes, Clay?
And I don't want to go too far off track here, but with more fire coming, of course, we're hearing all the time about reduced buffers around cultural sites, and folks are worried about that fire coming.
Right. Yeah, that's a big concern, and it's one of those crossover deals between the Cultural Resources Department and Natural Resources Department. So I think that's something that we need to talk about in detail and make sure folks understand what our concerns are and that our resources are protected, because there is that tendency to just when it comes to the archaeological sites, to think that certain treatments might not affect them and just not understand. So I think it's really important that we're able to communicate how important that is to us, and that it's not acceptable to be running fire or any other type of treatments through those areas. Maybe into the future, if we're talking about the crossover between a healthy forest or ecology and archaeology, because they don't necessarily go hand in hand, then we can talk about protecting those cultural resources now and tribal members treating those, if appropriate, in the future. And so the Good Neighbor Authority Agreement is kind of setting us up in a position to be able to do those types of things.
I appreciate that. I remember, I think the 2 units that the tribes were in control of, I remember visiting those and taking a look at it. At that time, folks felt pretty comfortable that the prescription was appropriate, and I just remember how different that was from other places. I was just wondering if folks were still satisfied with the way that treatment came out. And the reason I'm pointing that out, because I think that might continue to be a good example to take our members out, to show them what we're intending on doing, how different that's been in the past. I just wanted to verify that we're still comfortable with those treatments that we did.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that it's really time for us as Natural Resources to start taking a lot of folks out and talking about these specific sites and specific concerns. So I'd like to get some field trips started, start with council again, but then move into whomever would be, everybody's welcome to attend. But yeah, I truly believe we need to get out on the landscape and talk about these things. We're not going to solve anything in here because we need to be in touch with what we're talking about. And when it comes to natural resources, we find that field trips are when the real important things are actually, addressed versus in an office setting. So we're ready to do that, and I'm willing to do it on my own. So I don't need to bring in consultants to do any of those things if that's what you guys would like. And so we could address things more intimately and specifically together.
I just wanted to add just a little bit. I thank you for the questions, because I think we have there's so much significant concern of our members. We're all aware of that. And that's the reason why we moved to defer the Blue Mile project. And the Blue Mile project has many of these elements that we're concerned about. It talks about implementing fire, talks about forest treatments. There's a lot of things that we have in protection of cultural resources in light of a recent change of the buffers that the Forest Service decided unilaterally. So the intention is to move these issues up to the regional level to develop policy around this. And it's policy that needs to be developed between cooperation with the tribes. In other words, we're deferring the Blue Mile project, and we're not comfortable with moving forward with any element unless we can feel comfortable with what's going to be done, protects our interests, and advances our interests. So with the Blue Mile, there's an opportunity to hopefully develop policy on how to apply fire appropriately, consistent with the tribe's culture and values and protection and advancement and enhancement of the resources. Because we know certain plants are fire dependent, that were traditional food plants and other plants. So the intention is to raise this to the policy level. I know you're at the staff level, to the policy level, to where we actually have real clear policy and direction that's developed in cooperation with the Klamath tribes before they move forward. And I'm thinking the Blue Mile is going to be that opportunity to address that, and that's what we're trying to move. So I just wanted to address that and speak that out, because now I know you have a certain ability at your level to do what you're doing. The fact is there's a lack of clear forest management directive that's consistent for the Fremont and Wainema, and how to apply fire, how to protect cultural resources, how to address all the current concerns that we have out there. Current forest plans don't do it. There's no clear policy or direction. Definitely no clear policy and direction that we've worked on in cooperation with them. So I just wanted to mention that, that's the interest in what we're trying to push for.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Don, and I agree. I think that we have within the tribe pretty good policies. Our MOA is pretty solid, but it's also general, and we need more specificity so we can be clear on what the interaction is between our agencies, and make sure that all of our voices are being heard, and also make sure that we're given the time to address these issues internally within the tribe, because 30 days just won't do it. So I totally agree that there's policy issues that need to be addressed. But I would also say that, we've been dealing with NEPA policy for a while, and we've spent a lot of our resources being in ID team meetings for those NEPA projects. And with all of that effort, the treatments still aren't turning out the way we expect them to. So with that said, more policy is part of the answer, but another big part of it is also our monitoring of that work. So making sure that we have our folks out there in the right place at the right time to make sure what's being done does meet what we expected out of those NEPA documents in our efforts and comments towards them.
Yeah. So, when I was thinking of policy that even describes process on how we monitor during implementation and follow up and make sure that the tribes and everybody's on board in that. So it's not just direction, but it's a process that includes the tribe. And I believe significant approval at critical points by the tribe before we move forward with any project. So. But I thank you for that, because I know it's a concern of our members. Yes, Clay?
Just for members listening in, it's my understanding, right, that in the coming meetings with the Forest Service, the MOA is something that we could actually talk about.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe some of that specificity that you're pointing to, right, in those points in the process is something that we can strengthen that document.
Yeah, that's going to be important, because it's. So I appreciate that, Steve, and I know the reason why I think it's relevant to point these things out is because this is a project that was done, and there's a lot of concern out there. I know the harvest is done, there's timber sale receipts, and what you're talking about is using those receipts to do the restorative work and basically employ tribal members to do the work.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep, that's exactly right. That's Black Hills, so Big Coyote it's kind of a milestone. It was the first project under the MSA, and we just closed it out. So this modification closes it out. Everything's completely done out there in terms of the SPA.
Hey, Don, this is Ellsworth.
Yes.
I didn't actually get to hear what Clay said about regarding the MOA. The phone is pretty quiet.
Okay, sure.
Hey, Ellsworth, so what I said was that as part of this consultation with the Forest Service that's about to happen, that the MOA is on the table and can be opened up again, and that hopefully we can get some of the specificity that Steve is talking about into that, and the chairman's talking about particular points in the process, making sure that the tribe has the ability to sign off at critical places. And so that's what I was talking about.
Oh, perfect. No, I agree 100%. Also, in regards to the MOA, we probably should, I know the ad hoc committees that have kind of went their separate ways or dissolved may also have some input along with the Game Commission if we actually start talking more seriously about the MOA.
Yeah, and the comments you made about the ad hoc committee, we did establish a cultural and natural resource ad hoc committee and before the COVID hit. And that was a significant deterrent to moving forward and do what we were planning. So I believe that ad hoc committee is still there. We need to engage with them. They brought forth significant concerns that we're going to raise to the regional level because they're consistent with the need for policy, for cultural resource protection monitoring, for application of fire, for harvest management. All the things that we're talking about are things that the ad hoc committee pointed out needed to be addressed and developed in consultation with the tribes. So those elements will be continue to move forward. And so thank you. So we're to a point of decision here. Yes, Clay?
Well, I was going to ask, before you leave the Black Hills discussion, I noticed that you're talking about biomass removal. Does that mean there's not going to be any slash piles out there?
Yeah, so we were actually able to find markets for those slash piles and remove much of that material out of those piles, yes. The remaining material would be burned, but they're much smaller piles than they were originally.
And how large were the trees that were cut? What was the diameter on them?
So the Black Hills would be species specific. So I believe that we put a 40-inch diameter limit on white fir. And as we've talked about from time to time, white fir grows really fast, uses its resources quickly, and dies quickly. So they get large fast, and they would be young a lot of times at 40 inches. And so we tried to set an age limit with a diameter limit to make sure that we were keeping the right trees for the habitat we were looking for out there. And then the pine was 21 inches maximum diameter. And then the age limit maximum out there was 150 years old for any tree species. So, in addition, we moved a lot of that small material out of there. And when I say small material, I mean material that's generally not considered to have commercial value or you can't make boards out of it. That stuff was cut based on restoration, something that we're changing now. But that was removed out of there. So anything under 9 inches in pine and 7 inches in lodgepole and white fir would have been removed and put in those piles, in addition to the tops of the trees that are under that diameter too, put in those piles. And so we're changing to where we don't remove all of that material anymore. We leave it out there for habitat reasons, which we should have probably in the first place. And then those piles would end up being much, much smaller in harvests in the future. So, but since we were able to use that as biomass, it basically doesn't make any money, it just gets removed. So a lot of it was removed.
Yeah. I know folks listening in, when they hear the diameter limit, I know that's an issue that's been a concern. And maybe you could speak to that before we move on, since we're kind of talking about these things overall and get ready to approve a project. The larger diameter fir, it's my understanding, when you say it's species specific, what was removed, the understanding and historically of a lot of that area, the area that was treated was ponderosa pine, old growth. Yeah. And the white fir, basically within the last 100 years with the suppression of fire, has grown in the understory, kind of taken over. And they grow fast, like you say, so there could be 100 or even less than 100 years old, large fir that wouldn't have been there historically. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, this is a pretty big subject, Don, but I'll try to summarize it. So America inherited some pretty amazing old growth forests from the tribe. And these old growth forests, you're talking about trees, with an upper age limit of 500 or 600 years old. But an old growth forest takes thousands of years to develop into the condition that was inherited. So what's taken place through time is some harvests. So they use some of those trees. Originally it was the tribe, and my understanding is they used them for apple boxes. So a lot of those really big old pine, that's what those were used for when the tribe was harvesting them. Through time, after termination, the government started a heavier handed harvest, some clear cuts, but a lot of old growth trees still exist out here, which is pretty fantastic, but they're in peril. And so what's happened, what's really important to understand is the absence of fire. So the suppression of fire over 100 years ago allowed conditions where fire wouldn't come in and basically clean up forests, burn small trees as it worked through the forest. And that fire didn't harm those old trees, as we can see, otherwise we wouldn't have them. And then we have fire scars out there that show us how often fire came through. So fire basically managed our forest. So with fire gone, our forests have kind of just grown unabated. So, there's a little events here and there, but it doesn't take very long after some grazing that opens up soil for trees to seed in, and then lack of fire that won't burn them out, and then this continual seeding process where pine grows slowly, lodgepole is super fast, and white fir is really fast too. So what happens is lodgepole focuses on reproduction, so it's just making as many trees as it can because fire comes through and burns them out, and then their cones are meant to open when fire comes through, so they're fire-dependent species. However, we get ground temperatures that open the cones too, so it's not just fire dependent. White fir, in addition, it's not very fire tolerant, so fire would come through and burn out a lot of those small trees when they established. And then pine was the guy that was playing the long game. And so they're seeding as quickly as they can, but they don't get established very quickly. They need a lot of light to establish. And so our forests have been pretty well grown in. So what's happened is some pine has seeded in and established over time and grown, but a lot more lodgepole has, and white fir. And those guys also like productive sites. And so so what's happened over time, we've retained some of those large old pine trees that was in this curated condition. And then we after taking the fire off the landscape, lodgepole and white fir grew in mass in a lot of places. And then pine did too in some places as well, where it had enough resources and light and wasn't being outcompeted by lodgepole and white fir. So now the condition we have is a very fast growing white fir that grows very large trees, a very fast growing, very fast reproducing lodgepole that doesn't necessarily grow large trees. It just grows many, many trees. They compete with each other, so they tend to not get very large. And then ponderosa pine, and these are the three dominant species we talk about. There's more tree species out there that are important. But then the ponderosa pine, which has had some harvest through time, created openings, ground vegetation comes in, it allows for mammals to come have more forage and eat, so that's going to increase populations. But over time, those openings have seeded in with trees. Trees end up climaxing and dominating all of the other vegetation unless it's super, super productive like a meadow or too wet in a meadow. And so now we have some old growth pine trees, some new younger ones that grew in, and then a whole bunch of lodgepole trees, and then a lot more white fir trees. Lodgepole would get old sometimes. The oldest lodgepole I've ever checked is about 250 years old around here. Maybe a little bit older. I've seen some that I think might be older. White fir, it can get fairly old, 300-400 years old, but it grows so big so fast, it doesn't put its resources into having a solid wood, and so it rots easy and falls over, so it's not as long-lived. So what we're really talking about is reproductive strategies of 3 different tree species. Two of them grow unabated without fire, and that's what's happened. And so now we have a landscape that has masses of young trees that haven't been managed with fire, and it's getting to the point now to where the old trees are dying very quickly, and we can see that as we're out in the forest, that we're losing our old trees, even though we're kind of fighting to protect them for certain reasons, and maybe we're worried about fire burning them. They're dying as it is, right? So we have to figure out, what species should be there for what reason. And it's not simple anymore because we're talking about forests that are multiple use. So there's a lot of different interests out there. However, the tribes should be priority. We have that relationship, we have that treaty. And so we should be focusing on what's most important to us. What we have been focusing on is our fundamental documents that tell us our large old pine trees are very, very important to us. But there's also some old other trees, species out there that are very important to wildlife. And then again, young trees are important to certain wildlife too, for certain reasons. So really, you have a very, very complex problem here that we've simplified maybe down into trees and deer and bitterbrush and timber and range, just the resources that the specific special interest seem to be most interested in, when in reality it's so complex that you can't look at any one of those resources and have a very good idea of why you would manage it or what's important to all of these entities to be managing for. Yeah, so it's kind of funny, we go to school for, my degree's in forest management, but this is systems management. It's complex theory. It's something that we have to have as much information as we can and condense it, and all of us understand it in order to make important, good choices for ourselves. Because if we don't have that information, we may think we're making the best choice for ourselves, but we may not be. So that's basically, like I said, I have a hard time with these things. I promise to write you guys things, and what happens is I find that what we're focusing on is the symptom to the problem. And so we're over here addressing something, and we're busy at it, and we're all really busy trying to get work done, but the problem's over here, and nobody's really looking at it. Mm-hmm. So I think that that's something that we should, we'll have the opportunity in the future to talk about, and then I need more information from all tribal members to make that right choice, right? Because as it stands right now, I'm working off our fundamental documents, what I understand is a healthy forest, what I understand happened to our forests, where we're at in a place and time, but how do we move forward, and what is the most important thing we should be focusing on? That's not for me to define. So yeah, I think that this all kind of drives that we need to all get out and talk about this and look at these things and, and see what's actually happening on the landscape.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Steve. I know it gets complex pretty fast, but I appreciate that. So we have this amended or revised agreement that we need to move forward. And this is the revised SPA, is that correct? Yeah. Big Coyote and Black Hills together in the one document. And both of these projects are completed, portions of it are completed, and the funds that are there to move forward to do the restoration work is basically what we're looking at now to move forward.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So are there any other questions? And if not, I'd entertain, okay, go ahead.
So I noticed when we talked, I don't know, maybe a year ago now, we said that we were just about through with Lomacatsi.
Yeah.
So is this the last of them, or?
So we're working together with Lomacatsi under the MSA. So we're partners under the MSA with Lomacatsi, the Forest Service, and the Nature Conservancy. And so this modification, the plan has been to work with Lomacatsi to run a labor crew to do this service work we're talking about with tribal members. Well, I think that now we have other opportunities which is fundamental to our MSA document, which we're trying to, employ tribal members and do our own restoration effort over here. We've actually found some folks that may be a better opportunity that is all tribal members to work with, and it actually might help us build programs within the tribes. So where I'm at on this right now is before we started working with these other folks, we were already modifying this. And so my thought was to get this modification through. This is a $205,000 retained receipts. Black Hills is, that's how much is in retained receipts for that to be used out there. To use the Lomakatsi crew to do that, because again, they are tribal members doing the labor work. However, Red Knight is a much larger SPA where we already have $1.5 million in retained receipts and expect more into the future, that if we could help develop a program here with a tribal crew, then we'll focus that money on them. So I think that more meets the needs of the tribes and the fundamental reason why we're doing this work to do so.
So I think I noted in one place there that we had a 10-person crew that you had planned for the restoration, and those are all tribal members?
Yes, that's typically when we work with Lomakatsi, they try to run a 10-person crew. However, it's difficult to field a full crew a lot of times. So it ends up being a 7-person crew or whatever that is. But yes, we'd like to have full 10-person crews doing this work.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. So I'd entertain a motion to approve the modification to the SBA's for the Black Hills and Big Coyote projects. Is someone that'd like to, okay, Member Acosta, second by Member Dunant. Okay, all those in favor, please signify by raising a hand. Okay, 6. Those opposed, the same. Okay, 0 opposed. Abstentions? 1 abstention, motion carries. Thank you, Steve.
Yes, thank you all very much.
Yeah, thanks for engaging with us too on that. It's pretty important issues. So.
You bet, anytime, and it is complex, so the more we can do so, the better. Yep, thanks.
Okay. So Jared came in. So we have, we're looking at a property on the Sprague River Road, the 5685 Sprague River Road property. Jared, thanks for joining us today.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. This agenda request is a continuation from the June 24th Tribal Council meeting where the Planning Department requested authorization to negotiate a sell purchase agreement with the 5685 Sprague River Road property owner. Shortly after that, we did receive less than a week later, an agreed to purchase price, which has been forwarded on to you guys in your packet to review. That basically put us into the closing period before we go to escrow. So what we've been doing is the property owners had 10 days to submit a full title report with all encumbrances and agreements attached to. Tribal Legal and myself have reviewed it fully, and one of the major issues that we needed clarification on and verification was because of a marketing material solicitation that I saw online where the shared access was being portrayed as owned by the county. We verified that encumbrance and it is not owned by the county. However, we did discover a floating easement that was negotiated with Weyerhaeuser Company and Ragnar Carlson, one of the former property owners. It's not anything that's at a degree to be concerned. It's not something from a land use or a future proposed use that really concerns us, and there's several reasons why, and we've kind of debated back and forth what that would be. And so basically the easement is exclusive to logging and harvesting back in the 60s. And basically, more or less, I think Weyerhaeuser is doing this with a lot of private property owners. They were trying to gain logistical advantage to the major timber stands. And they probably got a lot of these passed back when they were going full tilt within the, obviously the former reservation. Since that time, Weyerhaeuser has sold probably, I would say 100% of their land holdings in this particular area to the Fremont Wainema National Forest. So they no longer have the rights to that timber. So I feel like that really significantly reduces an opportunity for this easement to be exercised in the future if we were to acquire the property. But there is obviously a less than 1% chance under a scenario. The only scenario that we could really fathom was if a timber sale in that region was put up and Weyerhaeuser by any chance was awarded that timber sale, maybe they would have the opportunity to exercise this easement. But just what I know from road construction and cost of construction, I would say it'd be highly unlikely they would be able to build a road and a bridge over the Sprague River, concluding that the U.S. National Forest Service is under NEPA, and I doubt they would allow for a bridge to be built across the Sprague River to allow them access to any timber sales that were put up across the river. So I think that almost more than eliminates a future chance of this easement taking effect in the future. And plus, the fact is if you look just up east on Sprague River Highway from the property that we're pursuing, the Bray Mill Cave Mountain Forest Service road system exists, and on the other side of the Sprague River, they have their own Forest Service road system as well. I think the Forest Service would propose that they use those routes rather than try to construct such a road and a bridge that would be controversial to the environment and the geographical location where this easement lies. So I really feel like from a land use perspective, this is nothing to worry about. The only thing that we've discussed that may become an issue is the Department of Justice title standards. We have been informed by Tribal Legal that there has been other tribes, not mandatory fee to trust tribes, but tribes without that status that have had to take care. It's just a procedural issue to take care of it and get it off the title before it's transferred to trust. The only heartache of that is Weyerhaeuser Company has been known to hold a lot of these easements, and it takes, what I'm being told, is up to a year for their legal department to review and sign off on it. So what I propose to not delay the closing of this or moving forward and advancing with the property owner is, I've already discussed this with him. He is open to looking at this with his attorney and seeing if they can proceed to clean it off the title. If not, I already have a quote of what it would cost to draft the release documents to submit to Weyerhaeuser, and we initiate that process ourselves. It'd be around $1,500. So what I would negotiate in the closing documents is I would order a $1,500 credit be applied to escrow. So we retain that, and then I can move forward with Ed and ourselves on drafting the documents and proceeding with the cleaning of the title. And at the same time, this will not hold up the fee to trust process. If it is, when we get to that point in the fee to trust process where the title and the CFED survey is transferred to the Land Title Review Office with the BL or the BIA, and they discover it and they want me to curate it, I'll already be further along in the process when that time comes. And it may not even come up. This is just hypothetically speaking. They may not like seeing a floating easement on the property. Mm-hmm. But for me, on one end, I don't think it'll ever be exercised. I feel 100% confident in that. Mm-hmm. But two, I think I've seen a lot more stickier encumbrances on some of the past titles that have already been transferred into trust. So I feel pretty confident either way, mm-hmm. we'd make it happen. And as long as the owner would give me if they cannot curate it themselves, as long as we could get a $1,500 credit to take care of our legal fees to process this, I think it's a win-win, and we keep moving forward. And I think the other reason I don't want to mess around too much with this, even though we have an October 15th closing date established, is I did receive a call last month from a group out of Grants Pass who requested to join escrow with us, and they wanted to pay for half the property that we negotiate the price at, and they wanted to propose a joint tenancy title. So they did not submit anything formally. They just made a verbal request. They got a hold of me when they called the owner, and they found out it was under contract. I took the liberty of basically saying no in the kindest of ways. And it's more because of the narrative proposed use that they had. They were wanting lifetime access if they were to bring money to the table to cover the cost of the purchase, to have a caretaker on the property, and for the tribe to allow them to use it for what I would say small livestock grazing with goats, sheep, llamas is basically what they're describing. And that wasn't the worst part of the proposal. The second part of the proposal was they wanted to see if the tribe would be interested in developing the lower 20 acres into a recreational type state park, not a state park, but recreational park with dry camp spots and kayaks and all sorts of stuff. I didn't comment on their proposal. I didn't say anything. I just told them it's too late. We're going to close on this property. If you would like to catch back up with me later this year, after probably November, December, we'll let you turn in a proposal, and I'd be willing to share that with the council. But at this point in time, I feel like we're going to move forward because we bought this property with specific intentions and purposes per the Constitution and protecting and enhancing treaty resources. So that is the one part is there, I know we get that strategy a lot when we go into negotiations with the owners, but this one actually, there was some truth to it. He did have some other offers and interest in the property. And so I don't want to risk trying to play around with something like this. So I decided to make that decision by myself just to move forward and not entertain a proposal of that nature. The second part is just to show it didn't end up going anywhere, but we did, and we've discussed it in past land meetings, trying to articulate into some of these offers, land gift tax donation. As the tribe, we're classified under IRS code as a charitable organization. We can take land gifts under certain rules and regulations and procedures, and we can grant tax immunity to certain property owners. Couple different variables. It was very hard to kind of come down to see if this, this deal is pretty small. Price-wise was one issue that we ran into. The second issue, the wild card was the property owner's income tax liability. We did discuss this with him and he wouldn't disclose fully what his current income situation is, but what we gathered, it was very, very insignificant, and probably would have led to more paperwork and more legal fees and CPA consulting than would have been worth the cause. And the last wild card is under the IRS rules and regs, the tax gift cannot be filed on your 1040 easy without a certified appraisal. So we would have to engage in a certified appraisal, and the second part of that is the fair market value would have to be determined, and then he would have to be willing to take a deduction from the fair market value, which the examples we were looking at, he would have had to take a huge sell price reduction in order to make anything effectuate on his half, and obviously for our benefit of getting a lower purchase price. So after considering all those factors, it was more or less kind of decided that, basically I gave it up to the owner if we wanted to explore it, but he didn't feel like it'd be worth the while. And just discussing this with our tribal legal team, I think we both determined maybe this isn't the right property to exercise such a maneuver. Maybe we should just move on with this, since we already got a reduction on the price, quite a bit, $115,000 off his asking price. Maybe we should just leave it be and maybe explore this later on down the road. So that was the other issue that we dealt with. And in pursuant to this closing and getting this resolution passed, and obviously we carry this through escrow, been doing quite a bit of research on the initial purpose and the proposed projects and actions that are going to be taken by the Aquatics Department, and definitely discovered some good news with considering this property is going to be federal property, and the National Environmental Policy Act will ensue and govern this. Just by looking at the NEPA documentation and the procedures that we're going to have to go through to get this shovel ready, I believe we're going to be able to seek a categorical exclusion on the building renovation and the storage ponds, or the rearing sucker propagation ponds, just because of the criteria that was discovered. Storage water projects are classified in the NEPA process, in the NEPA guidelines for Bureau of Indian Affairs and tribal governments, you do have to meet a certain criteria, but looking at the criteria that I'd have to meet to trigger an environmental impact statement or finding a no significant impact, the water development project to be considered a major action would have to be more than 1,000 acres, or it would have to store more than 30,000 acre feet, or we'd be irrigating more than 5,000 acres. And I don't feel like we're going to reach any of those criterias with that, which kicks us back to the categorical exclusion. And I think that would give us a step ahead of getting this project shovel ready for 2021 and help Aquatics get their projects enhanced and get those developed. The only other one that wasn't identified in 40 CFR, 1508-4, was the demolition of the mill itself. That one, just due to its nature, I think what we do is we seek categorical exclusion with that property, and we see what's determined from that. If it is, the way I'm looking at it is the other criteria, it's kick us to Appendix 2. I think what it would be doing is it to be taking a look at the proposed action and what the cause to the human environment would be, or the endangered species and wildlife around in the area. And since the proposed action is cleaning up the material, not implementing or developing, I believe they're going to allow us to have a categorical exclusion. But demolition of buildings isn't classified in either Appendix 1 or Appendix 2. The only thing I think that's closely relative is Appendix 1, which is for the categorical exclusion, and I think it would fall under maintenance and renovation of existing facilities. So that's where I think we would get a step ahead in getting their project shovel ready by the spring of 2021. Doesn't pay for the cost, and I think the best benefit is the BIA self-performs categorical exclusions, so we wouldn't have to RFP out for environmental services to come do an EA and determine whether we're going to get an environmental impact statement, or we're going to have to go down the road to do a higher level investigation and get a finding of no significant impact. So that's good news for the project. But obviously there's a little bit of work that'll have to be done to get it transferred to trust, but I feel fully confident we can get that done in a rather easy way. So with that, I think I pretty much covered everything we've been working on the last month on the property. And I'm ready to present it forward to approve Tribal Council Resolution 2020-023. And it's approving the execution of the land sale purchase agreement for a property located at 5685 Sprague River Road, Chiloquin, Oregon.
Any questions, comment? I know you went through quite a bit of information there, so I think you revealed some of the concerns and addressed those. So are there any other questions or comments about the property, folks? If not, then I would...
Jared?
Yes.
This is Ellsworth.
Oh.
Just a couple questions. What are the holdings around that property by Weyerhaeuser?
There is none. We're completely going to be landlocked in by the United States National Forest Service, Fremont, Wainema. So it's a pretty unique land acquisition opportunity to acquire a parcel that's going to make us, on one end, it's going to make our other parcels congruent with the other ones, but we're also going to be surrounded by U.S. National Forest lands.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah.
Okay. That's awesome. I was just worried that there was some holdings that they still had somewhere around there, which I'd be surprised. And the second one, what would trigger the FONSI? I didn't hear that.
So if you seek categorical exclusion from the BIA and they determine it does not qualify your proposed actions in the intensity of the proposed action, they can have the right to trigger the full NEPA, and from there we would go into an environmental assessment, which is a level 1, and that would determine whether we need to, that would come down to the size, the scope, and the intensity of the proposed action or the project being proposed, and we'd have to do further investigation to get a FONSI, and I think it'd be a major, and from what I'm seeing from the examples, they're talking about mining projects on tribal land, they're talking about sewer storage facilities, they're talking about large irrigation water storage projects. that would trigger the FONSI. I think we would probably more or less get kicked to an environmental impact statement, which is still a lot more work, and we'd have to hire professionals to probably come in and do those assessments. But I think our plan is to seek categorical exclusion on all three proposed actions: demolition, renovation, and then the storage ponds, or the rearing ponds. I think those will all, in my opinion, they'll get a categorical exclusion. Maybe the mill site might be an iffy one, but I'm willing to go down that road, and I think the BIA will guide us through it. It's not, you're not right or wrong if you seek it. It's just they have to make a determination on it.
Okay, thanks, Jared.
Yes, Clay?
So Jared, just for people watching, right, it's 32 acres, is it exactly 32 acres? It's on-
Well, I mean, obviously, when I get this, if we close on this, my next step will be to order the CFED surveys, and they'll do a full legal description review, and they'll set the monuments or identify the current monuments, and they'll give us an adjusted or a verification of the acreage. But right now, I would say it's more or less 31 acres. But you never know, like the Morgana Hunter property, we added 7 acres after they did the survey there. It was proposed at 42, or estimated to be 42, 43, and I think we ended up with 50.
Yeah.
So there could be a possibility to get it could be more.
It's both sides of the highway
Both sides of the highway.
and north side of the river.
0.4 acres of river frontage on Sprague River. Plus, it ties into our other property where, I don't know if we looked at it close enough, but our other property where the Aquatic Center currently it operates on, they own river frontage too, even further down. So I'd be willing to bet there's another 0.2 miles of acre river frontage that's going to be along the Sprague River that's going to be contiguous if this acquisition is effectuated in October.
Nice, thanks.
Great.
Jared, was this in fact an allotment originally?
What's the what?
Allotment.
What's the?
Was this an Indian allotment?
Yes, this was a former allotment, like many of the parcels that we've investigated. I think Willa Pallas, Councilman Pallas, provided us some documentation, and it was it Leland Parazu?
Yeah.
Leland Parazu, it was his former allotment, and obviously it passed hands quite a bit from that time forward, but there was a former mill site as well there upon that time. But yeah, we would be getting back former allotted land.
Member Cocta?
Yeah. Jared, I just wanted to say that I appreciate all of the research that you have done in depth on this piece of property, and I'm not sure if we're ready to move forward with the vote or not. Were we going to read the resolution?
Yeah, it's, Jared explained the resolution, but the last whereases we could read. So, because the others are pretty much the boilerplate, but this is Tribal Council Resolution 2020-023. It's a Tribal Council resolution approving the execution of land sale purchase agreement for property located at 5685 Sprague River Road, Chilcoin, Oregon, and directing that further steps be taken to effectuate purchase in accordance with the Klamath Tribe's land acquisition policies. And after you get through the standard whereases on the bottom of page 1, whereas the Klamath Tribe's Tribal Council has adopted land acquisition policies, providing that it is the policy of the Klamath Tribes to acquire lands in a manner that is deemed necessary and most beneficial to fully operate tribal government and the services the needs of the tribal membership in accordance with applicable law. And whereas the Klamath Tribes Planning Department presented to the Klamath Tribes a proposal to enter, whoops, I touched the wrong thing. And, yeah, if you can finish, Willa, it just disappeared.
To enter into a purchase sale agreement for the property located at 5685 Sprague River Road, Chilcoin, Oregon, 97624, and more accurately described in sale purchase for the amount of $260,000. And whereas the Klamath Tribes Tribal Council has reviewed the information regarding said property submitted by the Klamath Tribes Planning Department and has determined that purchase price of the property is within fair market value for the property. And now therefore be it resolved, the Klamath Tribes Tribal Council authorize the chairman to execute the sales purchase agreement Now therefore be it further resolved, the Klamath Tribes Planning Department shall proceed with all steps necessary to effectuate the purchase of the land in accordance with the Klamath Tribes Land Acquisition Policy.
Yes. So I'd entertain a motion to approve that resolution 2020-023. Member Dumont, a second. Member Hikakta. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by raising a hand. 6. Those opposed, the same. 0 opposed. Abstentions? 1 abstention, motion carries. Thanks. Jared, thanks again for the good work and helping us get through another success. So,
I think I broke your microphone.
The switch was already broken on there, I think. So thank you so much. So are we going to have representatives from the enrollment committee, or is it going to be just Yvonne from enrollment? Okay.
I gave you guys the original.
We certainly don't mean just Yvonne, we mean.
Not just
Only-
Yvonne.
Only Yvonne?
No, in other words, she's a staff person and not a
Yeah.
committee member. Yeah. So
Oh,
next.
we did break it, huh?
Next on the agenda is the enrollment application approval. And we have Yvonne from Member Benefits bringing this forward, so thank you. And I'm assuming we have all the information.
Okay, so I'm going to give these to you, Roberta. So we have 2 resolutions for council approval today. The first one is for approving the rejected files, and actually this one will be a descendant, so there's 1 person on there.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a lot.
So this poor person is 1/128th short?
That's what it come up to.
Oh, my goodness.
Isn't that something? So it looks like one individual then.
Yeah, just the 1 person for the rejected.
And that's a resolution.
I don't have.
Oh, okay. Oh, this is the enrollment committee resolutions. Okay. So what? I think what she
Did
doesn't
you guys
have is
get all the
the,
documents I provided?
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What she doesn't have is the tribal council resolution.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the enrollment committee resolution.
Yeah.
Is there not a copy of the council one in there, in that packet? There should be.
I see the one for the 41 tribal council.
I have a copy here if that will help. Okay.
I just need the number.
I thought I was missing a document there.
So it'll be Tribal Council Resolution 2020-024.
And this is for the rejected applicants.
I'm sorry, 25.
Okay, 25. So there's one. If there's no questions or concerns, I would entertain a motion to approve Tribal Council Resolution TC-2020-025. Okay. Treasurer, now is there a second? Are folks still looking? Okay. Member Palace, any further discussions, or folks need more time? Okay. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. 5. 5, okay. Those opposed? Okay, 0 opposed, abstentions? With 2 abstentions.
Who was the other one?
For the record, it was Jesse abstained along with me. Okay, and the next is, I'm assuming it's Tribal Council Resolution 2020-026. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, 41. More to come, a lot more to come.
Yes, Member Dumont?
Yeah, Yvonne, can you comment on the 7 that are pending?
The 7 that are pending, when they came to the enrollment committee, there were minor errors within the files that needed corrected, and those were presented at the end of the meeting, so I couldn't correct those in order for them to be included in this one, but they're ready for the next round, which they're supposed to be meeting on the 18th, so they'll be going through then.
Okay. Yes, any questions, comments? Okay, if not, I'd entertain a motion to approve Tribal Council Resolution 2020-026 for enrollment of those attached. Okay. Member Dumont, did you want a second, Jesse?
I'll second.
Okay. Member Acosta, second. So.
No, Willa.
Wait a minute.
I think she
I mean,
said
Willa,
Jim.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Ray made the motion and Will seconded.
Yeah, Willa second, yeah, sorry about that. I saw the corner of my eyes, I saw Jesse's hand go up. Did I say chalk too?
Chalk.
Oh, no, thanks, I think I'm finished doing that. But I appreciate that. So, all those in favor signify by raising a hand. Oh, looks like 5. Those opposed? Okay, abstentions? With 2 abstentions, motion carries. Jesse abstained. So, okay, well, thank you,
Thank you,
Yvonne.
guys.
Appreciate it.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought it was, yeah, it was Clay Willa, yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll sign that shortly. Okay, is Devery on the phone with us?
It should be Lahoma.
Oh, Lahoma's calling in? Okay.
Is Lahoma on?
Are you on Lahoma? Okay. She should be joining jointly shortly, correct? Okay. I'll sign these documents while she's calling in.
I don't know if she's.
Does she have a,
She texted me and she said she got the call-in number.
Aisha's here.
okay. Okay, if folks are comfortable, let's, or by consensus, or is that,
Hello?
Hi, this is Lahoma.
Okay.
okay, well, we'll move
Were
forward.
you watching Lahoma?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have suicide prevention training, and Lahoma Sconchin is subbing in for Devery. So we'll turn it over to you. If you can move the mic close over to the, thank you so much. I think we're ready, Lahoma. Thanks for joining.
Thank you guys for your time. Devery had another call that he had to be on, so I'm here in his place.
Okay.
I barely hear her.
Can you put the mic?
It is regarding the suicide prevention and resolution for tribal council. And I'm not sure how far you guys were with this.
I was not here at the last meeting. I believe there was a presentation at the last meeting.
I can speak to that. Oh, I believe that we were just going to pass the resolution today. I think Devery did a good job of explaining at the last meeting what the purpose of the resolution was, but the resolution hadn't been drafted. And so now that we have a draft resolution, I think we're going to be approving it.
Oh, okay.
So, oh, I'm sorry, Member Cockton?
Okay, if I'm looking at the right one, which has the comment with Dr. Larrabee on it, the suicide prevention training requirement, the last, now therefore it be resolved. I'd prefer that the legal uses of our names of our entities be used. We've kind of shortened Klamath Tribal Health and Family Services to Tribal Health. We see that the casino is just the casino rather than Clamoya. Crater Lake Junction Travel Center should be in place of Travel Center. I just think that it should be, we're spelling out our entities as appropriate if this is a formal document.
Yeah, thank you.
So just revise that, because I.
Yeah,
all I did was print off.
revising the names of our organizations as appropriate. We also had Culture and Heritage Committee, Housing Committee, et cetera. So maybe we can say that any committee that is sanctioned under the Klamath Tribes, or shorten that up to be inclusive of all committees as opposed to trying to spell each committee out.
Well, Jesse, what would you think about just saying all Klamath Tribal employees and Klamath Tribal committees, and then leaving everything in the parens out?
That would be. That would be. Yeah, that, I think that would simplify it.
Mhm.
So it'll be committee members or committees?
Either one will work. Committee members is probably more.
Yeah, the same members, because then they're rotating in and out. Sometimes people resign or that makes more sense.
Okay, so we can still pass it with those understood
Yes.
revisions, or?
Yes, I think we can, yes, with those noted corrections. And this is Resolution 2020-024. And this is a suicide prevention training requirement. It's a resolution requiring suicide training to all those that we just noted there. So we've noted the corrections or revisions that need to be made. I'd entertain a motion to approve that resolution with the revisions discussed. Yeah, maybe we could do that too. Would you like to do that, Willa? I stumble over my tongue and mask when I do it.
So the resolution is called Suicide Prevention Training Requirement, and after the standard language, it reads, whereas the Klamath Tribal Council pursuant to the authority of the Constitution of the Klamath Tribes took an oath and have a responsibility to promote and protect the best interests and general welfare of members of the Klamath and Modoc tribes and Yehuskan Band of Snake Indians. And whereas the Klamath Tribal Council recognized suicide as an issue that requires proactive efforts to prevent suicide within the Klamath Tribal community, and whereas the Klamath Tribal Council determined to use their authority and the sovereignty of the Klamath tribes to prevent suicide, and now therefore be it resolved, the Klamath Tribal Council hereby require newly hired employees to receive suicide prevention training at new hire orientation, and now therefore be it further resolved, the Klamath Tribal Council hereby requires all Klamath Tribal employees and Klamath Tribal committee members to receive suicide prevention training annually.
Great. So you read it with the corrections?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, any discussion? Okay, okay, motion by Treasurer, I don't know if I'm half asleep or what, but is there a second? Yes, okay. Vice Chair Hatcher, second. So all those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay, I count 6. Those opposed? 0 opposed, abstentions? With 1 abstention, motion carries. Thank you, Lahoma.
And Roberta, I just sent you what we changed it to, I think, to clarify, just in case.
Thank you.
Okay. So, next up, we have Aisha Wilson to...
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Lahoma. Appreciate it so much. Aisha Wilson to bring forth a presentation on the Oregon Green New Deal. Aisha, good to see you. Thanks for being here today. So are you going to have a PowerPoint presentation?
I know Joe is out, so I can just talk if you guys want me to do that.
Yeah, that's totally, if that works for you.
Because I don't know how to hook it up with this laptop.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, is it an Apple? Yeah, that might be an issue. So, thank you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, so.
So we want to make sure you have a microphone.
Yeah, can I use this one?
Yes, you sure can. If you need to clean it, there's wipes over there too, right there.
They're not actually baby wipes.
Well, hi, my name is Aisha Wilson. I believe I know most of you, but just in case you don't know, I wanted to get on the agenda just to kind of invite you guys to a listening session, but unfortunately it happened the day before, so it was last night, and I know you guys got several emails from me, so I kind of just wanted to talk to you guys about the Oregon Green New Deal. I figured I could just still come in and read like a little blurb about it and thank Don Gentry because he was able to get onto the call. I know Brandy had an appointment, so that was okay. But do you guys know what the Green New Deal is? No? Okay. So the Green New Deal is a vision of policies that were first introduced at the federal level to achieve a clean and just economy that works for everyone. Since it was first introduced, there has been a groundswell of work and enthusiasm to make this vision real, and states across the country, including Oregon, have put forth their own policy recommendations. In 2019, the Oregon Just Transition Alliance put together a draft of the Oregon Green New Deal policy platform for the state legislature. This living document has had 7 main pillars, and I will read this to you now. The first one is to phase out of fossil fuel infrastructure. The second one is strong regulation for healthy, breathable air. The third one is clean, community-controlled, 100% renewable energy. The fourth one is sustainable farms and forests. Sorry, it's hard to read in this mask. Yeah, I know. The fifth one is transportation justice. The sixth is to protect communities already experiencing a changing climate. And the last is to fund the just transition. And so basically it's an environmental and climate-driven policy platform that's being introduced. And they started it in January 2019. And so what I wanted from Tribal Council was just involvement from a tribal government because they don't talk to any tribal entities. So, yeah, is there any questions?
What was the last one again?
To fund the just transition. So to pay for all these transitions into a healthy, cleaner environment.
Well, I was glad I was able to participate, as you know how difficult it was, because I was running errands and kept dropping service, but I had a great opportunity to participate. I want to find out, is there a further opportunity, you know, though I know most of us weren't able to get on, and even I wish I could have contributed more too and listened. So is there an opportunity for us to continue to be involved?
Yeah, and so what I realized was there's 10 different nonprofits throughout Oregon working with the OGTA, and so they're all usually white and kind of middle-aged people, and so my goal was to try and get tribal perspectives involved, because a lot of the tribes have always been left out of a lot of policies, and as you guys know, I'm really passionate about environmental work, and so I'm still going to do phone interviews, and so if that's an interest for any of the other council members, it's a 1-hour phone interview, and I just go through and I ask you guys a list of questions. And so out of yesterday's sorry, it's hot in this mess, but out of yesterday's session, what we did is we picked 2 different concerns, and so there's a list of concerns. I know, Willa, you would have selected the 5, out of the long list. And the 2 we discussed was water quality and scarcity, and then racism and growing white nationalist movements. And so what we did was we talked about all these concerns, and this is what it will look like. There's just all these concerns that everybody came up with. And so I kind of just wanted to share that with you, because these are all concerns of tribal members and community members here. And then we also talked about ideas. So it's all just ideas. And then we also talked about energy, so fossil fuel infrastructure, and then renewable energy in the community. And so I don't know if that's any interest of the tribal government to be involved in those community concerns and issues. I don't know.
Yes.
So Aisha, I'm sorry I didn't respond to your message. I did think about it a couple of times, and my mom had a really bad accident, so I've been trying to help her for a while. But I am interested, and I will help you going forward.
Yes.
I did answer the email, and I did respond, and I registered, but I didn't, so I would still be interested in doing the phone interview. And if we could set that up for Zoom, I think that would be pretty good for the council. Would you be able to do a group interview, or how do you normally do that?
Usually I just do phone interviews with my daughter-in-law. Oh, okay. So I just have a phone interview survey. So I just fill it in, so I ask you guys the same questions we discussed on the session. And I just fill it in as we go, and you guys would receive answers on big part. But if you would like to do a group, I guess with you and Brandy, possibly today, have an interest, and I would be totally
And the reason is just because that's the easiest way to coordinate all our schedules, so. Mhm.
Is that something you guys would want to do?
Yeah.
I'd be interested in participating too, if we do a Zoom group.
And I'd like to participate again, since I was kind of in and out of the meeting. So thank you.
So, would you guys all like to participate in that? What's the best way to schedule that? And sorry for my hard breathing.
Oh, no worries. Thank you, Aisha.
I'll follow up with them, and then I will make sure to send you guys materials, and I will include the slides that we went over, so you can see all the issues that tribal members and community members. Thank you.
And I'm assuming the invitation will go out to all the council members, and whoever can participate can. Excuse me, I have a tickle in my throat here. It's not COVID. I think I need water. Gail, could you move us on while I go get a drink of water? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, it looks like up next is request for enrollment list. Catherine Weezer here. Okay, doesn't look like she's here. Chairman's report, vice chair doesn't have anything to report at the moment. Is it my mask? It's probably your mask. Okay. Okay, we can probably move on, and if Catherine comes in a little bit, we can move back to her with her request. We're down to tribal council reports. Chairman, do you have a report?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, vice chair also does not have a report, so we're down to secretary reports, but here comes Mix right now. Well, let's go ahead and let, have Mix do her request right now. You can use that one, that. Whenever you want. Yeah, is it on?
Okay.
That might not be slid over.
Hi, my name is Catherine Mix-Weezer. Roll number 2032. I'm on the Musson Casket Cemetery Committee, and I'm also on the 1954 Claims Committee since 1991. Currently, I have a roll book, but it's back in 1990 and in 1988, and we've been working with that, but because of everything going and helping families know where their people are to be buried, and kids with helping them fill out their paperwork for the 54 roll BIA paperwork. And because I'm so outdated on my book, I gave them to that person, and I think she, what do you call it, tore them up. Anyway, I was requesting to get another new updated roll book, so that way I can continue with helping the 54 roll members with their paperwork, descendants, and then helping with our Musson Casket Cemetery to help with the knowing what people go on their hill or not. And then I also help some people with the Wilson. They'll call me and ask me, and if I'm not on the cemetery committee, they'll ask why so-and-so's there or where can they go, and then I tell them where their family would be at. So, but that's the reasoning I had requested for a newer, updated enrollment book.
Any questions or comments?
So Max, is there an updated committee list
On which one?
on the one
Oh,
you-
Musson Casket.
Yeah.
I gave you guys the copy. Yeah, of all our members. Only ones that passed away is Uncle Glenn and Aunt Rennie. And I do believe, I think Gary Frost and Dwight Pratt are
Gary said
Co-
Dwight's.
Dwight. They're supposed to be our co-chairman of it, because the responsibility, we have to have someone older.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
And-
those are, okay, just
yeah,
those two.
Just
Okay.
those two passed, and the other ones, Margaret's still there, and Jeannie.
Willow?
At one point, Dwight had appointed myself and my son Zane to the committee. We're not on there, and I don't think we've been active, but I just wasn't sure if I should abstain from this
I've never
or
heard
not.
that one, so yeah. Because we haven't had a meeting since Uncle Glenn had one when we were out in Beatty. We just kind of gathered and talked about everything. But we never, usually we try to have a meeting in town at a restaurant and talk about issues of what's going on with the cemetery and.
So if I'm staying, that's fine, so.
Oh, okay.
How is the roll going to help you determine where folks should be buried?
Because sometimes some kids don't know their families, and so they ask you, well, this is who I was told my grandparent was, and we heard they're buried someplace, but we don't know where they're buried. So we have our plot sheet book of where people are born, are buried, and then we have the enrollment to match with who's that person. And then we tell the kid, this is where your family is buried here, and what section row.
But that's only for your,
Huh?
that's only for your cemetery though, right?
Yeah, that's only for our cemetery, because I don't know their plot In other words, for Wilson or nothing, it's just that I knew that family was buried there, and that's why they buried their person there. Because the person that called was mad, because why did they bury there? And I said, because that's where their grandparents are. And I told them who the grandparents were and stuff. And
So you just wanted to verify descendancy?
yeah, and then when I do the 54 roll paperwork, because I still help people fill out their BIA form, and a lot of them don't know their family. And so they know just nickname or they know basic things. And with the roll book, you can go down and get all the correct information you need for them. And now that the books are getting updated more, new addresses, my books are 1988, 88, and 90. So there's a big change in everything in that book. So, and it's kind of hard to keep updated with doing the 54 paperwork, mailing them out to them and stuff.
So I don't think the 1954 book hasn't changed at all, and I don't
No.
know if there's an updated.
No, that stays the same.
Yeah, that stays the same, and I don't know if there's been anybody working and updating, like the descendants roll from 88 or not.
I don't know either. I don't know what they've been doing. And I've requested a new 54 book because I spilled stuff on my one page.
Yeah.
Doing whipping through and spilled a coffee. And then 54, but it's really a technical thing to have to try to fill out all the stuff and get it to the people.
And I know the address has changed quite a bit too. So I know in the past that when a committee came before council and asked for a roll book, they were charged for it. I can't remember, because it's been a while, but yeah, I was just thinking the paperwork that you're helping people with.
Yeah.
That I don't know that we have one document that has current addresses
No.
because they changed so much.
Yeah, the one I had, that Uncle had, it had the names with their addresses, their birth date, and the roll, and the blood degree, all just on that. We didn't need the phone numbers and just to update it.
I have
So-
a question whether or not we can release addresses for somebody. I would question that, whether we have the right to release somebody's information as far as addresses.
Because some families don't know. They say, well, last I knew, my mom was in this town, and then last I knew, my uncle lived over in this way. So then when you're looking at your books, you could tell where the families are living.
But somebody
and
might
try
not
to help
want
'em.
anybody else to have that information. They may not want to have that released, is what I'm saying.
It's been that way since 1980, and since Uncle had this control, so I'm just going by what he had and how we roll our, I don't know how the other committees do it, what they do, but that's how Uncle had his, where we follow through the, knowing where the addresses or people are so we could contact them, and if something happens, we knew how to get a hold of everybody. But we didn't have phone numbers because they changed constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of policy and what's been done in the past, but I know we're pretty careful about, without the permission of the individual, giving out that contact information. I know generally, unless it's for, I just don't recall, I don't remember the policy, but I know, I wouldn't expect, I think we're probably real uncomfortable giving out the contact information. That we could have a list of the members, but yeah, there's possibly a way to redact that and get the list. And unless we had, it would be really hard to get to just print out a list and check whether the individual's comfortable allowing their release of their information.
Yeah, because I had a data sheet one from the old school from at Gerald Wynn one. And then I had an updated one on the regular one. Then, two other ones. Because the tribe back then was very supportive of helping get our people notified and helping. But
Yeah. That's just the questions. But,
okay.
So could we get her an updated roll that has the contact information redacted on it? Is that something we're?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And I do need the birth certificate, because when I'm doing the BIA, the kids don't know when their parents born half the time. They don't know nothing about it. Because 54 has it, but the kids don't know nothing about things.
See, the way you described, the way you described it, there'd be individuals that you wanted, that may contact the cemetery.
No, it's when I go meet with them
Mhm.
and talk with them about their stuff. So they call me and I'll go meet them, and then we'll sit there and talk about their family stuff, history, where they're at, what they're doing. Or else they'll call me, like some from Washington call me, and they ask me about where their family's buried.
Yeah.
Where can I go, what's going on? And then I have to ask, well, okay, which branch are you from? Because there's so many mixed up there, you know.
Yeah. So
that
that's what I'm
We have
saying.
to ask, which clan are you from? And then they'll tell us, so.
That's why I'm asking why it's important to have, for you to have the contact information if they're contacting you.
Well, some do, some don't tell me, some give me their phone numbers and stuff, but I
I
just
see.
don't prefer to have numbers. I just like to have where we know how to get a hold of them, to send them their package or mail or something, if they needed something sent back.
Yeah. I don't know.
So would it be possible, I mean, I'm assuming that doesn't happen lots and lots, but when it does happen, would it be possible to go through the tribal administration, right? They could help you, but they could contact the person for you.
You
and
guys?
And get permission.
Oh, you guys?
No, well,
Oh.
one of the departments. I'm
I don't know,
assuming.
we had one of our cemeteries just lately out there. Somebody buried their people in the wrong spot, in an area where somebody else was supposed to be buried. So when their family was way over on the other side, they didn't contact anybody, they just went up and did it. And that was at Wilson Casket, that was at Paiute. So it's just really, you know, people are saying, why are you being buried here when you're not supposed to be, you know, and it just causes.
So you're wanting to be preemptive, you're wanting to start calling people and make sure they know?
No, I don't call
beforehand?
them, no. It's just like I said, when somebody calls me and asks me information, why, I can be able to answer their questions. I don't give them their numbers or give addresses, I just tell them this is the family that was there. That's why they had the addresses there, so you could tell them they've lived at this place for so many years, they're from that area, they're not just, you know, moving in, you know, coming back or moving in, or they've been there for years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gave her my old books. But I just gave her my books that Uncle Glenn gave me from the past stuff, but now I'm lost with all that. And that helped me with my 54 roll paperwork too, so. Even if the addresses are old, the people would update them with me, and I just write it on the book.
So what's the thinking of the council? I think we've really concerned about giving out the contact information. Maybe, I mean, I think we do even publish, you know, when people are enrolled, I mean, it's in our minutes, the names, but the contact information, definitely no personal information like social security cards
No,
or
we
birth
don't have that,
certificates
no,
or
no.
no birth certificates.
No. All I had it in was just their name,
Mhm.
the roll number, their birth date, their blood degree, and then what local address, you know, wherever they were at that time. That's all I had. They didn't have any of the other personal stuff at all, nothing. We didn't even have the phone numbers, because it just changes so many times, you know.
Yeah. Yes.
So just to clarify, the enrollment ordinance reads under section 4.20, Klamath Tribal Roll. It talks about how the roll is going to be maintained, and it says enrolled Klamath Tribal members may obtain a copy of the annual roll or a portion thereof upon written request to the enrollment office. The enrollment office may charge a reasonable copy and administrative fee for providing such copies. Persons who are not enrolled members of the Klamath tribes who wish to obtain a copy of the annual roll or portion thereof shall make a request in writing to the tribal council. The written request shall specify the purpose for which a request is made. That's interesting. I didn't know non-people could request
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she's within her rights to request it, but then it doesn't actually say in here yeah, it doesn't say, it says a copy of the annual roll or a portion thereof. So I guess that would be up to the enrollment officer. Maybe we should clarify it with Yvonne.
When we approve this, it's in the format that the person requesting it has suggested or has marked off, and address is marked off, and that's That's my only concern. I know we can give out the roll
Mhm.
to tribal members,
Mhm.
and I have no problem with that. It's just with it continuing to address, because I don't know that we have the right, that people would expect us to be giving something with their address on it.
Yeah.
Could we shorten it down to be zip code?
Yeah, zip
Yeah.
code would probably
Mhm.
be a better way that we could see what community they're in.
Mhm.
I think even that, go ahead.
Even that I'd be concerned about, mostly because I know, like, custody.
Oh, yeah.
There are people who don't want to know where they're at because of their children's safety, so even zip code might be a little
Yeah.
too much.
Correct.
Well, no one sees our paperwork anyway. It goes in the folders. And then whenever we're talking to someone, then that's it, and then it goes, puts back up. It's not public. We don't share nothing with the public. It's just the way Uncle had it.
So I have no problem releasing the roll, but I still have a problem with the address.
I need a 54 one too, though.
I don't.
As far as the outside entities, I remember it was pretty common protocol for the state to be given a list of enrollees, so they wouldn't hassle tribal members. You know, they'd show their, or if they didn't have their ID card and they said, hey, I'm a tribal member, I just don't have my card, they could verify that real quick and just leave the folks alone. I mean, generally leave them alone unless the guy was a, but that's, I think that was commonly done. But, so if I understand right, there's support, some of the council members to release the list of the roll without the contact information.
The criteria is listed on here. Roll numbers, date of birth, age. Oh, physical address, that would have to be changed. Head of household, phone numbers, service period, gender, alphabetical order.
Yeah.
So, I would support it with the name, roll number, gender, date of birth.
That's what's on the 54 roll, right? They don't have addresses and so forth. Is that correct?
54 has addresses, but.
We have addresses, yeah.
Yeah,
We have
yeah.
everything, that's way
Yeah.
out, yeah.
Jesse?
Well, I also have reservations and understand the reservations for including the addresses, but this is a tribal council document dated January 2010, and so this might have been something to consider back when it was approved or created or adopted at that point in time. And because this is a formal document that we're still using today,
Mhm.
I'd hate to kind of go back on what we allow others to have been
Like
used.
programs, Jesse.
Yeah.
So you would, some programs would need the address.
Mm. So maybe there needs to be something added to this that says if you are not a tribal program, then only this information will be provided or revised, so that, yeah.
The ordinance reads an enrolled member can request it.
Yeah.
So she's within her rights to request it. And it
Yeah.
also says to request from the enrollment department, doesn't say, so, I mean, actually, this form is contrary to what the ordinance says. That's why I keep saying we need to update the ordinance. But yeah, I understand the point, but yeah.
Well, it does say it's tribal council's decision to approve or deny.
The ordinance only says that for non-tribal members requesting it. So the form is actually out of compliance with the ordinance.
The ordinance actually say again, just for, okay. I know I looked at it not too long ago.
If you want to pull it up faster, it's on the Klamath Tribal Court website, but I'll send it out real quick, the link to it. Assuming you guys can get online.
What's the date on
It's the most recent ordinance, so it's, hang on, let me send this first. It's 2008 for the ordinance, and it's page 6, section 4.20 under climate tribal role. And I'm looking at the second paragraph where it says enrolled climate tribal members may obtain a copy of the annual roll or a portion thereof upon written request to the enrollment office. The enrollment office may charge a reasonable copy and administrative fee for providing such copies. And where it says tribal council approval is only for the third paragraph, which reads persons who are not enrolled members of the climate tribes who wish to obtain a copy of the annual roll or a portion thereof shall make the request in writing to the tribal council. The written request will specify the purpose for which the request is being made and describe how the information will be used. The decision of the tribal council approving or denying the request for copies shall be final.
And I did send a form to the lady, I can't think of her name, enrollment area. I sent her a form requesting it, and then she said, okay, I'll have it ready for you for the next meeting. And then next thing you know, she comes and says, I can't do it, you got to go to the tribal council.
Because that's what the form says.
And I'm going, you said you'd have it ready, and now you changed your mind, I'm a tribal member.
Yes.
So we have a tribal ordinance, which is okaying something that it shouldn't be. And we have a request then from a tribal member who's completely within her rights given that ordinance.
Correct.
So what if we ask MEX to sign some sort of a confidentiality agreement?
We're signing away somebody else's rights, is what I'm saying.
Well, how do we deny her if it's in our own law?
It doesn't say what we have to release, it says we release the roll.
It doesn't say specify what's on the roll, does it exactly?
I haven't been able to pull it up yet, so.
No, it says, it needs to be more specific on what is contained within the roll.
It's been on record for how many years?
Because it says can request or obtain a copy of the annual roll or a portion thereof. So she could still get a portion thereof, which would
Yeah.
include, I would suggest dates of birth, names, and roll number, because the dates of birth, we have a ton of child members with the same name.
Yeah. And then they all live in a different area,
Yep.
and you're going, well, which clan is this one out of? And you can't ask them. I heard now, I got my letter stating we can't ask people, well, which family are you from anymore? We can't ask who's your mom or what's your grandma's name anymore. So that's not right. I mean, you got to have information. It's not just secret. It's people got to communication. We're losing communication in our tribe.
But given the language that Willa just read, we should be able to release just what she said then without the addresses, without the.
Yeah, see, when I read a portion thereof, I thought it was, I was just assuming it was a roll that, that we approve every year based on that format, that we could request the full roll or a portion thereof. Because when we release that in our minutes, it's just the names and the blood degree.
It's not even the name from the blood.
Oh.
The resolution itself doesn't include that.
Oh, the attachment.
The resolution, those are attachments to the.
I see.
The minutes, which
Mhm.
have discussion.
Yeah.
And other information.
Mm-hmm.
For the paperwork I gave to the lady,
Her name's Elizabeth.
it had, I couldn't never remember her name. She, it had this person's name, their roll number, birthday, the blood degree, their address. That's all we had, nothing else. But, I don't know.
That's another thing is, it's always come before council since I've been here, because the ordinance wasn't followed, so I wouldn't fault the enrollment department, because that's what's been done.
Yeah. I see, David, you have your hand? Yes. Yes, sure.
Yeah, I think under the ordinances that follow a specific pattern, I think that we should, if she wants really to have those things, we should, block social security numbers and all these, and your birth dates and stuff like that. That way, nobody's gonna, try to fraudulently use our people as scapegoats, because that's exactly what that happens in society. They use people's information and take advantage of it. So I think that's. I understand what she's saying. I totally understand what she's saying. And that's great, but we need to protect our people as best as we can. From, I guess, these days it's really bad. That's just my thought on that. And I think we really need to protect our, not just their social security numbers, but their human beings and their children, because that's what comes with it. Their fraud comes with their children. So that's just my suggestion. That if we move forward with something like this, then we should actually, make sure that their children are protected. Because when you put roll numbers out there, anybody can just take that roll number, go to another tribe, and say, "Oh yeah, I'm a tribal member." You understand what I'm saying? So it's like that's the protection we should be putting forward, is protecting our own people, and hopefully that's okay with you. All right, thank you very much, Council.
Thanks.
You can say you can't, but you can't.
Excuse me. Okay.
So there's a lot in that section that's not happening correctly.
Yeah, I guess that's why we're looking at.
Yeah. So, but I would, even though, really it should have come from the enrollment office, it has never come from the enrollment office, it's always come forward. Even, department requests have always come forward to
That's
council.
true.
I don't know. Came from Rose Treetop. She's not here.
But, I would suggest we approve it without putting the addresses in there. And so we're approving a portion of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it seems like there's a comfort level of providing some of the information. I guess we could do that, even though it's just such a strange thing. This seems to always happen to us when we've got conflicting documents. And I imagine staff came forward to get approval because of the sensitivity of the information, perhaps, and didn't feel comfortable just releasing it. So what are the wishes of the council? Would somebody like to propose a motion to provide a roll with specific information and for consideration of the council? Yes. Is that what would you propose?
I would like to make a motion to approve the request for the list of, well, let me go back, sorry. I went on a break. To approve the enrollment list without the physical addresses listed.
Do we want to be specific about what we're including? Roll numbers, birth dates? Just so we don't end up with anything else
Is
on
this
there?
request not being attached to the minutes?
You need that to qualify to do your paperwork correctly, especially the 54. The BIA stuff, you gotta have all the correct. When they give me the kids' names and they're saying, I can't remember the birth date, and then you just look on your book and there's a birth date, and then she goes, yeah, and then the next kid, I mean, it's not just, and I'm just taking it for them and I'm trying to help them fill out their paperwork.
Would that be helpful?
What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've requested before for an updated list of all our 54 members that have been deceased, that have deceased, and I haven't received that yet. And that was before the new person came on, and because they're doing their changeover or whatever.
Mhm.
So it's just been waiting, the waiting game on trying to get paperwork updated to get things done.
So we did have Jesse proposed a motion to release the roll without the physical addresses, and then there was that was a motion, actually. And there hasn't been a second. Clay proposed maybe being specific of what information would be released.
I haven't seen an updated roll, so I don't know what information is on them. And I'm afraid if we simply say we're going to omit the physical address, that maybe there's something else on there that shouldn't be there.
Well, in her document, she's listing all of the requests.
It's in that
Yeah.
thing, that's.
Yeah, I saw it. I have to go back and find that one again. You just read me what she asked for.
This doesn't actually ask for, oh no, it does ask for address.
It's the first, middle, last, and suffix. Roll numbers, date of birth. It's for everyone. It says age range all, so it's for everyone.
Yeah.
Display ages, so along with the birth date, you would have the age of the individual.
Yeah.
The gender, service area only, which is no, so that means any place. Phone numbers, no. Head of household, yes, and I'm not sure how they would do that, but alphabetical order and a hard copy. So even if we approve it, is it up to the department whether or not they'll give a hard copy, but whether or not it'll be charged for? Yeah.
Okay, I'm still kind of struggling with how to try to move forward.
According to Jesse's motion, it would be everything on there except for the address.
And which basically means there wouldn't be real sensitive information like social security numbers,
No.
addresses.
On
Yeah.
our enrollment books, the social security numbers are not on
Yeah.
your paperwork.
Yeah.
It's
Well, I
only
mean-
on your forms when you're mailing them in, but it's never on the book that we see in
Sure.
our office. Because we have a book when we do
Yeah.
our meeting, that's in the middle, and it's got just the basic stuff that I asked, and that was it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry about
It's a
mentioning
basic
social
book.
security, but I mean, it's meant sensitive information, but, okay. So, Jesse made a motion. Is there a second? Okay, second by Treasurer Hatcher. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by raising a hand. 4, okay. Those opposed? Okay, no opposed. Abstentions? So there's 3 abstentions, so the motion does carry. So, so you get the information that was noted, except for the address.
Okay.
Okay. All right, thank you, Max.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we are. So, there's no chairman's report or vice chair's report, so we're now to the secretary's report. And we have some minutes to move forward in verification or ratification of poll votes. So we'll be looking at the July 8th meeting minutes first. Our secretary, did you want to take over from here? Okay, thank you. Maybe we should get you that handheld again.
Okay, we're on meeting minutes for July 8th.
So, Murda, in the third line in number 1,
Jeez, didn't get very far, did I?
change there has to there have.
Okay, done?
And the same thing at the bottom of page 1, in the last sentence, but there has to, but there have.
Must be it. It's a reoccurring theme, Clay. Must be a Chiloquin thing. I said it's a reoccurring thing.
It is. Clay's gonna have us all in line here before. You'll be confused before too long, Clay.
We're gonna get you talking like us here shortly.
Be talking around just like we do. I think we don't even really notice that most of the time, some of us. I don't.
That's because we talk alike.
Yeah, certain things were drilled in my head when I in elementary school.
Yeah.
And they kind of stick out, but other things I just.
So on page 2,
Okay.
above the motion by Gail Hatcher, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines, this data should be these data.
Oh, baloney.
Yeah, that's another.
People are gonna think I'm going crazy when I say these data.
Just don't go back to look at some of the old minutes. It'd probably take forever trying to correct those.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So on the middle of page 3, on this item 6, would it sound better? The last line, this group is having a billboard created for suicide prevention with a mindfulness instruction. If I took out the A with mindfulness instruction. I'm going to capitalize on number 7, resources, because I capitalized aquatic. Does that sound reasonable? Do you want department also? I'm going to also write out tribal council later on in that line. As soon as I put my glasses on, I fog them up. So now I can't read.
On page 5 in A, you got the 4 tribes that occupy the Klamath Basin, and you've got Klamath twice.
Because that's where most important. No, I'm just kidding.
The Yurok might not like that if they're in the news.
Where, which one are we in? A?
It's in A, yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah.
I'll put Yurok first. Okay. And I'll capitalize department later on in that line. That last sentence doesn't really flow. Should I, and placing a limitation on who could participate? You think it's okay? Okay. Should the motel hotel be capitalized or not? Because I couldn't choose, I guess, on the vice chairwoman's report. It's number 2 underneath where we're looking at on that same page. Did you say no? Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
I'll
think
take
it's-
off the
yeah.
the first set of capitals since so I did it both ways, so I'd be right 50% of the time.
I used to have like a little booklet to kind of help me with these kind of things, and but then I noticed over time they change some of the uses and.
What is it?
I've seen it many ways.
It highlights it when you spell it the way I want to spell it.
So what's some of the commonly used apps for this kind of stuff? I think it was one called Grammarly. What is it? Yeah.
Anything else? Okay.
So I'd move to approve the minutes as corrected.
Okay, Clay,
State.
motion by Clay. Is there a second? Okay. Treasurer Hatcher, second. All those in favor of the motion to approve the minutes with the corrections noted, signify by raising a hand. 5, okay. Those opposed? 0 opposed. Abstentions? With the mine secretary's abstentions, there's 2. The motion carries. Thank you. So the next set is the July 22nd.
And I want to thank Brandy for taking these for me.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Brandy, for doing that. So if there are any corrections or mistakes, it's her fault?
No, I just, we won't have the have and has problem. You get the full official title. You even got your junior on here.
Gosh.
I'm going to capitalize on the bottom of page 1, the D for Education Department.
They're all yours now. I want to say I appreciate Secretary Frost.
I've struggled with the capitalized tribal members, but I guess because we're always referring to our specific Klamath tribal members, is it more appropriate to put the capital T?
So on page 2 at the bottom in number 6, I don't think we need to capitalize natural.
Is it SICAM? Okay. is Klamath Lake Land Trust, that should be capitalized, right?
Yeah.
So in number 8, on page 3, Monica Yellow Owl split up by the word tabled.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I moved the tabled behind Monica's name.
So on page 3, above red is the road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. So building, but capacity and provide don't need to be capitalized.
Okay.
Going back to number 8, the second or the third paragraph, or the third sentence, where it says the purpose of this proposal, because right now it says the purpose of this.
Oh, okay. That's how I do it. You can't decide what word to use, so you use both.
So the last sentence on page 3, something's not quite right there. This building would have to be remodeled to become a transitional home and need to be COVID-19 compliant, safe, sober, and secure. Then it kind of goes.
Where are we at?
Okay. The very bottom of page 3.
Okay, so it's on the top of page 4 for me. The building would have to be remodeled to become a transitional home and need to be. Should I take out like the safe, sober?
Yeah.
And would provide about 10 rooms? Because I think that's good information, how many rooms it would provide.
On page 4, before the bold, where it says Ellsworth back in,
Uh-huh.
the total cost of and then the sentence isn't finished.
Oh.
Okay. We don't know the total yet.
In number 9, in the last line, capitalize council and youth council.
Pass. So, under the chairman's report, I'm going to take out that first ABC because it's contained in the rest of it.
And the last line on page 4, Jeannie McNair, reach out to the facilities. Oh, wait a minute, it's okay. In B, you don't want to honor Mr. Wharton with a plague.
Geez, we did all this for him? How do you spell plaque? Is it Q?
On C, the donation request from Gilbert Brown, we'll do a follow-up with that because the people that he was helping solicit water, their storage facility was full. So when that, he'll get in touch with me when they're ready for it. So, just a quick update.
So are there any additional corrections or edits?
So I'd move to approve the 7:22:20 minutes with the corrections.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Member Palace. Okay, all those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay, 5. Those opposed? Is there opposed abstentions? With 2 abstentions, motion carries. Thank you.
The other item that I have is the poll vote. Let me save that so I don't lose all those corrections. The poll vote for approving the addendum to the procurement policy. Results, that was taken on August 3rd. The results of that was 6-4-0 opposed, 4 abstaining. 3 of those abstentions were no response, 1 was an abstention. Ask that tribal council ratify the results of the poll vote.
Motion to ratify the poll vote. Not on E.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was
He's
getting ready
asleep.
for that. Yes. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. I was distracted. I got a text message. I wanted to make sure we're going to address a matter. So, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Did you say 5? Okay. Those opposed? 0 opposed, abstentions? Okay, with 2 abstentions, motion carries. Thank you.
That's all mine.
Okay, then we'll turn it over to Treasurer's Report.
I only have one item real quick. The KTGRC commissioners voted to approve Steve Weiser as a check signer and to receive a credit card, so we just need to make a motion here, and then I'll contact the bank. They're ready for him to be a signer.
I'll make that motion.
Yes, yeah, motion by member
Clay.
Member Clay. Okay, is there a second? Okay. Okay, member Willa. All those in favor signify by raising a hand. Okay, 5. Those opposed? 0 opposed, abstentions? With 2 abstention, motion carries. Okay, so is Ellsworth still on with us? Yeah. Is Ellsworth on with us? Yeah, maybe we could.
Yeah, I'm still on.
Okay, great, great.
Don, I want to thank both you and Gail for going this morning. It sounds like you guys got to hear kind of the outlying issues and possible enforcement opportunities.
Yes.
Do you want me to just kind of go right into some of the thoughts and ideas and kind of how we got to where we're at?
Sure, that would be great.
Okay, so I'm not going to draw this way out. I'm just going off of the meetings that I was in, and then the agenda and meeting minutes from some of the past meetings. But basically, and this isn't just Spring Creek, it's also involves Kimball Park, Jackson F. Kimball Park, and the headwaters there as well. But alarming increase in basically the local tourists coming to those areas, and it's basically resulted in safety hazards, trespassing, conflicts, property damage, and there's basically there's no balance for any enforcement. It's just almost a free-for-all. So there were some ideas that were thrown out as far as enforcement goes on how to enforce, who is going to enforce, and who were the parties that were involved. And right away, I had let the group, Chillicothe Community Builders, the 30 Mile Club, the Spring Creek, so the state parks know that I thought the tribes should be involved and invited to the table, considering the water is the main resource that's being, I guess for a lack of a better term, disrespected. And we talked about short terms, long terms, and other solutions that could come up. And generally, it's just an overabundance of disrespectful visitors to those areas. And it's not just in the water. It's also right at the head of Spring Creek. I don't know, Don, if there were any pictures that was shared. Were there any pictures shared?
I left a little bit, I don't think so. I left a little bit before everybody concluded, but I didn't see any pictures. Okay, Gail's shaking her head no.
Okay, so luckily there is a homeowner that's up in the Spring Creek area that has been patrolling, and he's been picking up and cleaning up, and that's great because when I went up to the head of Spring Creek at the campground, I had actually taken a few pictures where there's toilet paper on the ground and feces and a couple other small garbage items. It wasn't terribly bad, with the exception of whoever went there cut off the lock of one of the storage units there off the back side of the bathroom, and they've been using a closet for a porta potty basically. And that just kind of shows you the lack of respect in those areas. So it really sounds like to me there were some ideas that were brought up, and I know Don was involved and talked to Judd Lehman. And the question was, who's the party that can actually enforce this? And at least along in those headwaters. And it does sound like some signage is going to be made, and I know that there was some talk of, Gail had also brought up some ideas for the Tribal Youth Council to maybe be involved, and they were concerned. And they're really researching some avenues that who would restrict the usage and then how to enforce it. And then moving forward with some short-term and then some long-term remedies for the situation. And I don't know that anyone thought that there would be over 350 people on the water over the weekends, but it's definitely out of control, and it's dovetailing with the articles that are written about Crater Lake National Park, and I don't think they have a grasp of what they're going to do up there. They're definitely making it public on what's going on, and a lot of people are saying, geez, that's too bad. But I don't think that they're really coming up with a solution on how to fix it. But I think here on our headwaters, we need to come up with a plan in the local community, and the tribes needs to be involved as well, so that they can get the input on waterways and how to protect and preserve them. So I just really wanted to get this information out to council, because I knew it was definitely a problem, and it didn't sound like anyone was really in the loop on our side. So that's why I had made sure that everyone kind of knew what was going on and the level of where we're at today.
Sure. Well, just to follow up a little bit, there's a discussion that the State Marine Board might have the responsibility and authority, but I think it's probably multiple state authorities, because there's concerns about impacts on fisheries and wildlife, and then there's water quality concerns. So I committed to contact Jason Miner, who's the Natural Resource Advisor to the governor, and actually has that oversight role of multiple state agencies. And I'm going to raise that issue with him, and also the concern about irrigation with water that may have toxins in it. I've discussed and forwarded that email on. So really trying to find out what state entity has the responsibility to make sure that the resources are protected. Then there's other issues about, the concerns about so many folks there, the harassment to the wildlife, but just the visuals and aesthetics and the values that are important to the tribes. I don't think anybody envisioned that something like this would happen, but really comes down to there needs to be regulation of how many folks use the area. It needs to be appropriate. The facilities need to be set up for once that's determined. But I suggested that maybe, and there's multiple entities. There's private landowners, which the county may have some authority and responsibility to address their concerns. There's the state parks there, which are allowing and access and use through the state parks there at Collier Park. There's the Forest Service that has a responsibility too. Folks, there's a restroom area that's people are using and abusing that hasn't been opened and maintained. So there's multiple authorities and jurisdictions there, but I'm going to contact Jason Miner to see how we'll need to engage with the state on this and who's responsible for it. But there needs to be limitation to protect the water quality, to protect all the values that are important to us. Limited use in regulated, maybe even fees so monitoring and enforcement can be out there. Monitoring when folks are bringing in canoes that might be introducing algae into the pristine waters or other plants that are currently foreign there. So there's a whole host of issues that need to be addressed. So I'm going to start with Jason Miner and see where we need to go from there with the state, since he has that authority over those multiple state agencies. and authority and see where we need to go from there. But I think the concerns are pretty well clarified and documented. I mean, spawning fish, hopefully returning salmon to spawn, wildlife that use the area, eagles, osprey, others, waterfowl. And, so I think we're going to raise that with the state and probably continue to have more meetings and involvement to make sure that our interests are protected. And I know Gail was there. I don't know if there's anything you had to add from the discussions and thoughts, but it seemed like there are a number of folks that are concerned, and we just can't allow this to continue on the way that it has been.
The only thing that I would add is that they did request that the tribes be a part of the meetings, and that maybe we can contribute in some way to some of the public service announcements, reminding them of certain things. They did talk about maybe trying to post certain people in certain areas, and they thought about maybe an adult with a youth, which is why I brought up the tribal youth, to help tell people, well, what the rules are, what to do, what not to do, how to pick up after themselves and things like that. So that's why I brought up the youth council. The things that they talked about today, it's terrible. It's horrible. I just can't believe people do that, and it is way out of control. They did talk about putting other outhouses, but the fear is the more outhouses, the more people. So there's just people coming in from everywhere.
Yeah. So, and I thank you for pointing out too, Ellsworth, this isn't just limited to Spring Creek. I mean, Kimball Park and the spring water that comes out of there, and Wood River, that's just as valuable, as important as other areas. Yes, Willa?
I just had more of an observation and a comment to make, and I don't know if this was raised at the meeting, but if not, it would be an issue to raise, is that Herald and News has been promoting some of this, because they've had some articles out recently promoting recreation, and they've done Spring Creek, and I was really surprised to see the write-up they did on Reservation Springs, because that's kind of a secluded place, and we really don't want people down there, and there was a big write-up on it, and now there's people going in that area because it's right there, right by where people access the Wood River and the day use area. So I'm a little bit concerned about that.
Yeah. Yes, Jesse?
No, Willa, you're absolutely right, and I did bring that up to Discover Climate, that trying to halt them on their publications on the water trails float, and all the areas that they're basically telling people to go to are the pristine waters. Reservation Springs is a prime example of an area that is just pretty much a hidden gem, and a lot of tribal members go there and still gather water. I mean, I know some that have done that recently for YFGC as well, and those are the prime examples of why we should be involved on some of these talks, especially early on, because what happens is they get going, and then there's a publication out there, and then we're trying to pump the brakes, and by that time it's too late, and this is basically an offshoot of that.
I was going to say something very similar to what Willa had said, and I think it's important that maybe in our communications to the general community and for travelers coming in, that we also work with other agencies through Klamath County or Klamath Falls specifically, who are encouraging traveling, which should not be happening in the first place because we're in a pandemic, first and foremost. But secondarily, for example, other than the Herald and News article, which again, I also did not appreciate that being put out, but the Chamber of Commerce put a picture up on their Facebook page of Wood River and said, who would kayak here? And was seeking comments or commentary on that. And I just think that we need to express to these other organizations that we should be protecting these things from individuals who are traveling, and then also to just say that we shouldn't be encouraging traveling in the first place, particularly now. I know it's summertime and people are getting antsy staying in, but we need to protect anything and everything that we can, particularly when it comes to our tribal lands.
And the text that I received that kind of distracted me came from tribal member Kathy Hill. And she says, I urge the tribal council to take action and believe the Indian Religious Freedom Act is relevant. Crater Lake has been sacred to us for millennia, and many of us and our family members have gone there for our vision and coming of age. I am in Seattle, the rest is the family stuff, so she couldn't be here in person. But we know, what's going on up there is just terrible, and we're going to need to contact Crater Lake National Park to make sure that they're doing everything they can to stop what's been going on. So I think with this COVID and everybody anxious to get out, it's just this is unprecedented and probably wasn't foreseen. But we need to address it now because as more people move to the area, it's only going to continue to get worse. So we really need to make sure that we contact Crater Lake National Park and make sure our staff that's assigned with protecting and advancing our cultural resources and involved and making sure that everything is in place up there. But we need to raise this to the state level on all these areas here. And also I think it will be helpful to talk to the Herald and News and other media folks about this to make sure that that this doesn't they create even more problems. So, but and I see David. Yes, we could get you the mic again. It's right there. Yeah.
Hello, check. Yeah, I was really disappointed about that issue with the parks being decimated. I really think that I would really like to see our tribe stand up and be the mediator and stand up and go and protect our land, and to be strong and being powerful as we are.
Yeah.
I really think that we need to do this. Yeah, it's unfortunate that people just want to come over and pollute, not just our land, but their own land. And, this was the history of society, that they came in and polluted everything and thinks that, it's all free. It's not. It's our children's land. It's not our land. It's not, it's supposed to be taken care of. And, I really feel that I think our tribe, as we are right now, I really think that we can stand up and take a foothold. I really do. I really think we do. I think we can do that.
Yeah.
I really do. And I'm willing to stand up and take part of it. My wife has been working as Crater Lake she worked at Crater Lake for 3 years as a ranger. And now she's up up north working at another, she's separated, up there in the Cascades, North Cascades, staying in a tent because she's not allowed to have a home to stay in. Is it ridiculous? Or is it just, pride? It's a pride. She's proud and she's working her butt off because she likes the land. And I think we should stand up as a tribe and do the same thing in return and take care of what is our right. Our right. It's our right. We should be standing up for it. And that was one of my lists. but I think we should stand up and take care of it. And I think I'll be proud to do it. I'll be proud to stand up there. I don't care if I have to go up there and knock people from toilets and all that stuff. I don't care. That's not the point. The point is, it's our land. It's everybody's right to have a free and clean environment. And when people pollute it, take it, ruin it, and destroy it, we should be standing up and fighting that. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is. We should be standing up and fighting. As a tribe, we should be doing that. So.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Yes.
I agree. I agree that we need to contact the park at Crater Lake And I'd rather we do it sooner than later.
Oh, yeah.
I know this has been going on for quite a while, but I don't want to wait too long.
Mhm.
And I do think that it may even take more steps than that, because just talking with the group this morning, they're not sounding too hopeful that things will be resolved either, short of closing everything down.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I have, just to follow through, I know, these issues are everywhere. We're going to be prepared to talk with the regional forester about the number of issues on the forest that are a concern to our members. But I am going to call Craig Ackerman. I'm going to actually work with George to make sure staff follows through on these issues and making sure they're in compliance with the law. And if we do have an MOA with Crater Lake that's been in progress that I'm not sure is finalized, but there is a process there, and they have acknowledged and they will work with us. So when we raise these issues, I think they would look at us as partners to help protect the resources that I think they're concerned about too. So I'll call Craig Ackerman at Crater Lake National Park and work with staff to make sure that there's follow-through to do everything that's necessary to protect the values that are so important to us, and I know they recognize that. And I'll call Jason Miner, to find out who from the state, who to engage with, whether it's the State Marine Board or whoever has the authority to regulate, those and protect those resources and regulate use. And so that's what I'll follow through, then make sure staff is engaged too, in reporting back on the results of their engagement to protect our resources and interests there. Yes.
Do we know which reporter from the Herald and News is publishing? Is it Alex, or is it?
I didn't even notice.
Probably whoever does outdoor rec.
That's another thing. I did call the editor of the Herald News. He's new. He seems to be a little more progressive than some of the others and really interested, and I know we talked about this. He's willing for us to set up a meeting, tribal council meeting or a work session or whatever, a Zoom meeting, to address media issues whenever we're ready. So this is something we could communicate right away. But then he's interested in communicating with us and even doing articles and provide information that would be a benefit to the whole community. So I know he's really a positive person. And so I'm looking forward to that. But I could call him right away and just tell him concerns about the mounting recreational use and conflicts. Yes.
Just to add one more thing, I know we covered a lot, but I just, a lot of these areas are significant cultural areas, and we don't always want that known to the public, but that's how these areas get destroyed, is because people go in there not knowing that they're sacred sites, essentially. And so we really do have to step up and try to protect those in every way that we can.
Just to add to that, I did mention that today, that, there are a number of sites out there, and we don't make it public. We may know where they're at, but we don't put it out there for people, and I would just hate for anybody to stumble across something and destroy it. So, and it's everything from the trees to the ground to what's in the water. So I did let them know that this morning.
Thanks.
And that's also a great lead-in for the Travel Oregon when they were talking about this big push, and we really wanted to make sure that we could possibly be involved to control the content, because we want to protect and preserve. And this, we can actually utilize the things that are being documented on the amount of people that are coming and what they're actually doing, and remind them this is exactly why the tribes don't talk about a lot of these things, and it's kept secret. Because when they're blown up, and when places like Reservation Springs, which I rarely ever see anyone there for visiting it for years, and when we do sit down with Travel Oregon again, we can actually utilize this and use this as a great piece to show them that this is a prime example of what we can't have happening in our areas, especially our cultural and spiritual areas.
Chairman, I'd like to suggest that we ask for a Zoom meeting with the editor of the Herald and News, and that we include Taylor and the Youth Council in that.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Then I could contact him and let him know that we're going to set something up, make sure we get the right folks involved to coordinate that through Joseph and Jennifer to help coordinate that, because even if we don't have a real fully developed media strategy or something, I think it's good to get to know them and let them know some of our initial concerns and do that as soon as possible. So, great. So I have that on my list too, tomorrow. Yeah, and then we have the planning meeting for 9 a.m. tomorrow for the meeting that we're going to, discussion we're going to have with the regional forester. Yeah, that's at 9, and then the other meeting later, so, yeah. So, well, thanks for Ellsworth for following through. We've got a strategy. Yeah, and we're going to have a discussion about tribal camps at this point, so it'd be nice to have you make sure you stay on too, Ellsworth, because these are other issues that are coming up. So, Willa, if you'd like to move forward with that, thank you.
Okay, so I have a couple things, but B and C are mine, but for D, tribal camps, E, restoration, and F, general council, that was more kind of general that we could all kind of do an update and discuss. But, so I'll go to item B, which is Census 2020. So on August 3rd, the Trump administration decided to move up the deadline. The original self-response deadline to end the census was on October 31st, and they moved it up to September 30th. And so that's created a lot of urgency in the community and, everywhere, because the hard-to-count communities are still undercounted, and primarily because of COVID-19. And so it's kind of, it's not a good thing. It continues the erasure of the hard-to-count communities, including tribal communities. We're doing a lot of extra work, but that at that time gave us less than 2 months to finish our outreach work. We do have Jeanette on board, Jeanette Lewis. She's our Census Assistant Center Ambassador, and she's doing an excellent job. She's been able to, I think she's reached every single person in tribal housing. The reason why that was so important is because the people that actually live in a tribal house or on tribal housing, they are the people that live on trust land, and so it was really important to get as many people as possible counted on trust land. And now that she's done with that project, we're moving on to everybody that doesn't live on trust land. And so she's doing a lot of outreach. One of the things that they started yesterday is a raffle for tribal employees, and that's for every single employee, whether they're tribal or non-tribal. At all our entities, whether it's the casino, the hotel, the travel center, or admin or tribal health. So if you haven't done your census, if you do it and let her know, you'll get entered into the raffle. And if you have already done it, the same thing, just let her know your family or household already did, and you'll get entered into the raffle. We have a couple events planned. We are going to participate in the restoration events. The drive-through event, we'll have a census booth up and giving away census stuff. And then we're gonna schedule a online event. It'll probably be something during the lunch hour, just promoting the census, and we'll do a raffle, and that will be the opportunity for out-of-area tribal members to participate. So if they watch and enter into the raffle or answer the trivia questions or whatever we do, they can win items as well. So we have a couple other things planned. Jeanette cannot be here right now, but she would be able to share more on what she's working on, but she's really, really done a good job. And she just really took ownership of that job, and I really appreciate her and glad we have her on board. Her and Taylor did a lot of work. She worked with Will Hess to get some pictures. We had some participants from Youth Council and some other tribal members. So there should be a video coming out sometime today, and you might see it on Facebook, but there is a Facebook page. It's called the Klamath Tribes Census Assistance Center. So you can check that out. And hopefully we'll get some circulation on that, but we've had a lot of good participation. So that's the update for the census. Moving on to item C is the general welfare ordinance update. I did send out a draft of that ordinance to the council. I haven't sent it to the directors yet because I wanted to present it to council and kind of talk about the purpose of this. Essentially, the purpose of the general welfare ordinance is to provide hang on, I put some notes on here and I have to find them. So basically, the general welfare ordinance, a lot of times when we introduce a new ordinance, it creates a new program or establishes a new program, but the general welfare ordinance doesn't create any new programs or modify existing ones. It's designed to provide a framework for current programs to use and taken steps to protect qualifying member benefits from unnecessary taxation. So the benefits of having a general welfare ordinance in place centers on limiting potential tax liability for tribal members, and it's complementary to the guidelines set by the IRS Welfare Exclusion Act. And so all of that is covered in the ordinance. I do know, because we haven't really had time to review it as a tribal council, this is something that was sent to me by legal, and I took a variety of tribal ordinances and put them all into this one to create our own. So it does need to be reviewed. There's some formatting errors in there that needs to be fixed. And so what my recommendation is going to be is to schedule a special general council, or special tribal council meeting. Sorry, I'm tired. And we could approve it at that time. And the reason I want to do that is to give the council time to review it and make any needed recommendations. And also, since we're bringing on REDW, I would like their input as well. And then it would also give time to schedule a Zoom meeting with the directors of various departments that fall under the general welfare ordinance and explain to them how that applies to their department. Because this applies, it applies to every department, whether it's cultural and heritage or community services or housing or TANF. It applies to a lot of departments. So any department that's helping tribal members with benefits, it's going to apply to them. And so they'll need to know how to apply that to their already existing programs. And I really want our staff to have a good understanding, which I think most of them already do, but just, for formality, I want to make sure that everybody is on the same page before we approve a new ordinance. So hopefully, I don't know if we can set a date for that today and get that done. And I did already pre-look at the calendar, and we have next Wednesday open. If we could schedule it a week out from today, that would, I think, give us enough time to review it, and then also meet with the relevant staff members.
So, Willa, was it just the 3:30, the 3:30 email today that you sent it on? Yeah. Or? There's no attachment on it? Okay.
Even though we're not approving, I'll send you
Chairman?
Yes, Clay?
Yeah, so if we're going to try to, I don't know if you're going to try to do that or not. If you're going to try and schedule it, then we probably should talk about conflicts.
Scheduling conflicts?
Some of us have a 9 o'clock SB 13 advisory committee meeting.
On Wednesday?
At 9 o'clock, yeah.
Yeah, so we could do it maybe later in the day. I don't foresee it taking too long, but it's long enough where it would require a presentation and, some questions. But if that was the only thing on the agenda, I think we could get it done.
I have like 1 o'clock available.
Okay.
Is it going to be on internet? Live stream?
No, it's going to be more of a work session amongst our folks. Oh,
Well, because it's kind of hard for us to understand what you're trying to do. A lot of people don't understand the process.
okay.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't understand the process.
Mhm. Sure.
Really what's happening.
Yeah.
If they don't,
Okay.
they're not-
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I'm sorry for being halfway distracted, falling through with a bunch of things, so.
No, we usually do live stream our special meetings, so, but we have to coordinate that with staff, and I'm looking at them back there, I'm just joking.
Joe? I just wanted to verify that way everybody could understand it, and can go back and see it later on.
Mm-hmm.
That way they're not, like,
Mhm. So, 1 o'clock then?
I put it tentatively on the schedule for 1 o'clock.
Okay. Yeah.
1 o'clock. on
That works
Wednesday.
for me so far, yeah.
The 19th.
Mhm.
Are we going to have a work session before then, though?
Yeah.
That's fine with me.
I'll try to get a guidance memorandum out too before the work session Friday. I could probably have it out tomorrow. I mean, I have it in a draft form. I just don't have all of it yet because this is a lot to really digest, and because it's really taking a look at how you apply the IRS welfare exclusion and understanding that not being a budget person or a finance person, it's a lot for me to grasp. So I just want to make sure that everybody, I'm pretty sure Brandy and some of the more experienced directors and stuff probably have a good understanding of it, but I just want to make sure that everybody really knows what it's a good thing. It's a good thing for our people. It means that anything that we've issued won't be taxed, and it can't be counted as income. That does exclude per capita because gaming revenue is taxable. So it applies to anything but gaming revenue essentially. So well, I don't want to say anything. It applies to a lot of things. It depends. So the IRS has what's called a 3-prong approach, and each program has to have that. But the way we do things here, the programs are really good about already having clearly established guidelines for any of their programs. So that's one of their rules is the program has to have clearly established eligibility guidelines, which every single program here does. Then there has to be a need, but then there's controversy about our sovereign ability to determine if our people have need or not. We shouldn't have to document it, but most of our programs already have a documented financial need, so that's part of the test. And then the other one is it can't be lavish or extravagant, and it can't favor tribal council, which none of our programs do. So our programs are already clearly eligible for this. So it's just going to be kind of fine tuning the ordinance itself and making sure that it covers everything we can.
Since we've already retained our EDW, should we send them a copy of this draft? Just to have them.
Oh, that's great.
Heads up that we're going to want, some review on it
Yeah.
from them also.
For those listening in, we know that we're going to forward this on to the consultant we've brought on that's going to assist us with expenditure of the CARES funds and provide some counsel and assistance in developing programs and policies. So, yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Oh yeah, and they'll have a copy of it.
Yeah.
So, but it saves us a lot of legal fees by having me draft it and do the draft, and then we send it up for review. So are we good on that?
Yeah, I think we're ready to move on. Thank you, Willa.
Okay, tribal camps. This is, I was hoping Ellsworth and Chairman could weigh in on this because this is more of your realm, but there's been a lot of issues with tribal camps this year, and so I've seen some tribal members were making concerns about it on social media and offered to add it to the agenda. My thinking was that we previously had a camp committee in place, and we could consider reestablishing the camp committee. I know they had passed a camp code at one time. I think the camp code was passed in 2003, and then we have a MOA with the Forest Service that applies to the tribal camps. So I think maybe just looking at those and trying to see if we need to update those or how we can mitigate some of the issues going on out at camp, and of course without stepping on staff toes, because I know this is part of it is natural resources. I guess that's their area, but I think getting the committee back together would give tribal members a place to air their issues and stuff and make sure that the camps are okay. So, and maybe Don can share some history on that.
No, I appreciate that. Because I know there's a camp committee previous to the establishment of the camp committee. Staff enforcement, and I was actually, when I was in natural resource, had a responsibility for monitoring camps and providing reports, and we did some things to clean up problems and issues. So staff had a real clear role. I'm not sure. I think there was some question after the camp committee developed regulations that there's a little bit of question of how staff was to engage with them. So I think we just need to revisit that and see where we're at, and regroup and figure out how best to move forward. And I think we have on record who was on the camp committee. Maybe we could pull together maybe a meeting with them to figure out how they suggest we move forward to address the issues. So thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Ellsworth, my input on that also was if we are going to try to revitalize the camp committee, they came with a lot of thoughts and ideas and suggestions, and it didn't seem at that time like it was real receptive, and I know that it upset some of those members that were on there, and it sounded like to me they were frustrated and lost interest. And with all the people that are coming into the areas, and this has just been a kind of a topic of conversation, there's so many different types of people coming into our ancestral lands and being disrespectful. This is just a prime opportunity for us to jump on this and to be proactive, especially with our camp committee members, knowing that they're going to make a difference. And it's a lot of those folks that were on there before that have their traditional camps, up around the Rocky Ford area. And it's not just there; it's all these areas. I know that some of our other tribal members are up in several other of the Saikan, Boundary Springs, Reservation Springs. All the Saikan Ford, all these areas that we really need to focus on, and not just Rocky Ford. Rocky Ford is where most of the camps are, but not all of them. And if we're going to do this with our camp committee, especially with this coming up on the MOA, that's one of the offshoots from the MOA on how to protect and preserve and make sure that our camps are pretty much going to be left alone from the Forest Service, but then that leaves it to us to police our own camps. And I know that there's some camps that have been violated recently, and that's upsetting. It makes a lot of people mad, and it upsets tribal council, our people, and there's just the lack of respect in a lot of those areas are down. And I agree that we should jump on this, and I guess I need to put up or shut up on this as well. And I'm going to talk to a few of the members and see what their thoughts are, and see where their frustrations were, and see what they would like to get done in a short term and a long term, and being reasonable on things that they would like to see have happen.
Thanks, Ellsworth.
So are we going to take action, or what should we do?
I guess, Secretary, if we have some record of who's on the committee.
Bobby gave us a list.
Who did?
Bobby.
Oh, Bobby did.
Gave us a
Okay.
list of the
So we have a list of.
camp committee that, I think we still have that.
Mhm. So we can make contact with them and
But what is the scope? I mean, before they had a specific task.
Yeah.
Was to develop that camping code.
yeah.
But are we just, what do we?
Yeah, maybe,
That's really hard.
Well, I think since the code is so, since it's a little bit older, then maybe they could look at it and see if it's still useful or not, or if they need to update it, and then also if they have any recommendations for the MOA, because the MOA, even though it covers a lot of things, it does have a section that covers tribal camps. And so maybe, that's what I would recommend, but I want to make sure, because the way I think it's the camp code reads is that if there's violations of the camp code, that Natural Resources handles it, but it doesn't really cover what violations there are, such as some of the things that have gone on, like, thefts and whatnot. So I'm not sure how, if maybe they are doing it, but I don't know, but that would be, the camp committee could do that because they're the ones that are out there and they could, that would be my recommendation. I don't know what anyone else thinks.
I was just thinking that, yeah, they could go from what had already been created and bring it up to date, and then particularly around current concerns, and then Ellsworth can reach out to the individuals to try and understand what were their frustrations previously before, and can they be fixed in a newer ordinance as well.
see, I just need to understand, I think we need to really find out where the status of the ordinance was, because I think they got to a point and there was some input and recommendations from legal that folks had concerned about. So I don't know if what they developed was formally approved or not. That's what I'm not certain.
Yeah, I forget. I just remember there was a lot of heated discussion, and
Yeah.
I believe it was Dino was presenting at that time.
Yeah. So we just need to find out what was approved. The council directed and put the general council is one that put that together. and they reported back, and then I'm just not sure if there was a final approval of what they had after the attorney weighed in. I think that's where some of the frustration came in. So we just need to regroup, find out what was done, and figure out a strategy to figure out how to move forward. So, Secretary, I'll get with you to see what was done on at the general council level, see if we can find the minutes, and then we'll get the list of those folks and have more of a discussion on how to move forward successfully, because we want to be inclusive, because there's a lot of effort of campers involved, so we want to make sure that they're involved. So, thank you.
Okay, so the next agenda item is restoration, and I just wanted to add that so we could update general council members on what we're planning for restoration. And I don't know if there's somebody better to do that. I've attended some of the meetings, but I know one of the events that are being planned is the drive-through event. And I'm not sure what else we should, is there a date set for that? Was it the 22nd? Okay, on the 22nd. Do you want to present, Joe?
I know various tribal entities are trying to put their heads together and commit to helping us be successful in putting together a drive-through parade. There's a discussion about how to honor the men, and maybe even some gifting. That was discussion. Last meeting, there was some discussion about how to work with the family and support the Chuck Kimball family to honor him. I mean, he was chairman when the tribes were restored, and obviously a man to be honored. So I just saw an email earlier from Youth and Family Guidance. They're going to assist with helping the family develop a tribal float that could be there, and they talked about gifting actually some water, to individuals, coming through with some, just noting how important water was to us, and how the work that Chuck did helped support that on water rights and treaty rights, Kimball versus Callahan. So there was some discussion about a flyer or brochure, or handout information to honor Chuck and remember him and what he's done. So those things have been discussed. Then the virtual powwow, and the other thing I think we really need to make sure we're engaged in is because there's opportunity for individual tribal members or council members to do some videos and talk about put that I guess that will be on Facebook, I'm not sure. And so learning how to do that and submitting those things, there's going to be an opportunity. Those are the things that come to my mind. There's even thinking of gifting men fishing poles and those kind of things. So I'm not sure what's really going to. Yeah. So. Yeah. Well, you guys had your turn last year. No, I'm teasing. No, but those are all thrown out there. I'm not sure what's all going to come of it, but things are in the works, and that's just. And I'm not directly involved in the planning. This is from what I heard from the meetings I listened to.
Not to jump ahead, but on this last item, I think we're
Yes.
going to need some folks to call in.
Yeah, I'm going to text them right now. I have the text ready. There it goes.
Put that on as a general topic.
Yeah. Well, we invited our assistants to Dr. Larrabee and the folks from Tribal Health to weigh in on this, because the concerns about planning a general council meeting, we have to be really concerned about protecting our members and doing it in a safe manner, and we've had a fair amount of discussion so far. I forgot to even think about inviting Zach in for this discussion, but we could. No, I don't. So yeah, if that's something, maybe you could see if Zach could join. I texted the folks from Tribal Health, but we want to try to figure out how to move forward and what's possible. And I don't know, Clay, if you had some thinking and some ideas and concepts to bring forth, but we want to really figure out how we can be so. Yes, hello?
This is Nicola.
Oh, thanks for joining, Nicole. Well, we're rounding up Zach, and I think some of the others may join. I think you're the first to call since I sent the text out, so.
All right, sounds good.
Yes, who joined?
Good afternoon, this is Guy at Columbus Trouble Health.
Oh, thanks, Guy. Thanks for joining.
Absolutely.
And we're still waiting for Tim and Dr. Larrabee, and I think Zach is going to come into the room. We wanted to have a more discussion about how we might be able to pull off a general council meeting safely. And so,
Okay.
Yes, who joined?
This is Monica.
Thanks, Monica. I'm hoping Dr. Larrabee got the text message. I sent it to him. So we're waiting for Zach to come into the room. And I know, I think Clay has some thoughts about some things that, maybe we could start with that and bring Zach up to speed. If we want to move forward, that would be great.
Well, the last email message that we received from the incident management, the response team, was that they thought it probably wasn't a good idea to try to have an indoor meeting. And then we spoke with Dr. Larrabee, and he was a lot more encouraging about an outdoor meeting.
Yeah.
And of course, we don't want to do it if it's not safe. But if we can manage to do it in a safe way, we've got some really, really pressing things that we need to get in front of General Council. We've got the Swan Lake rim mitigation. We've got enrollment committee issues. I would like to talk about the Rocky Ford property. Those are just the ones I have off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, and also if we are going to try to do it, it's only a little over 2 weeks, and so we need to get with Jennifer about the possibility of getting those tents out there.
Mm-hmm. So I know we did talk about outdoor, and there was concern about heat and so forth, but it sounds like there's some thought that maybe we can provide more shade throughout. I don't know.
More shade, start an hour earlier, and maybe not have a long meeting.
Mm-hmm. And it just seems more feasible after participating in Mark Nair Memorial outside, at Edison's camp, in temperature checks and masks. Folks were really respectful and wore the masks. And I know some of the families members sat fairly close together, but I don't know. And there was hand sanitizer and temperature checks and even a discussion beforehand about the importance of what they're doing to be safe, and that was all helpful, and it didn't seem like a big imposition even in a memorial context. So thank you, Doctor, for joining. We were just having a little bit of a discussion about if to I guess revisit potential, have a general council meeting outdoors. And we know that, some of the email from our incident management team and others felt like really uncomfortable about trying to move forward. And then, Doctor, I know you shared some of your thoughts. It seemed like you're a little bit more open and thought it could possibly be done. So that just stirred our thinking that we want to have some more discussion about this, because we've got some really important matters to bring to our members that we really need to have a meeting. Some of these are time sensitive, and if we're not able to come to a decision on some of these issues from our members, there's a significant opportunity and potential benefits to the tribes that might be lost. So I'm not sure exactly where to go from here.
Chairman, maybe we could ask Dr. Larrabee. I'm sorry, Dr. Larrabee, we didn't hear you.
I believe that we can, if we take some basic precautions, as I said earlier on, an outdoor meeting will be very good and very healthy. And as Clayton has said, we can start some few hours earlier and finish early before the sun becomes very hot. People should be advised to maintain social distances and use their masks. And the meeting can be shorter than normal, but I think it's doable with minimal risk to our people if we do outdoor. Closed doors will be very dangerous.
Yes. So you stated, Doctor, just for clarification, because I know I'm getting a little bit more used to your accent. I'm not sure if everybody is, but just correct me if I'm wrong. You really believe that we could have a meeting outdoor safely? We would wear our masks, and we could do it earlier in the day when it's cooler. And I'm just trying to remember what else. Is there something that I missed? Temperature checks,
Maintain social distancing, do it outdoor, start early, make the meeting shorter, and then people can go home early.
tent shelters, and maintain distance, and keep the meeting shorter.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so, yeah, in other words, I can't say anything, no. Or will I? But, yes.
So it would be nice to have some folks, either from health or from Zach's team, to help us make sure that everybody was staying safe, that we were distanced well, that, people, we have it explained before the meeting begins that we're all going to wear our masks and have temperature checks and all of that. So if we could have some help with that part of it.
So are you thinking at Gos Ogigawa, basically lay the tarp down and do it out in that same location and bring a suitable PA system, and that everybody could hear, and, set up temperature checks, have security and staff assisting and seating people and making sure water's provided for elders, then we'll have the coverings, throughout, definitely make sure our elders are there. Do it earlier in the day, keep the meeting short to the specific time-sensitive agenda items. I'm trying to I know we didn't talk about all this, but I'm reflecting back from our earlier discussions. But it seems like it's something possible, and I appreciate your thinking, Doctor, and certainly your recommendations come highly considered, because of your experience and your experience in dealing with COVID in Nigeria, and just some of the publications that you've made, but I know that there was concerns of staff early on about doing this, but I don't know if staff wants to weigh in light of it seems like we're kind of moving in that direction. I don't know if there's still something that we didn't consider or strong concerns of staff that they would like to share for consideration, but I think I summarized what we're thinking pretty well. And is there anyone, staff, Nicola? I don't know if Tim was able to join. And Zach, I'm not sure if he's available or not, but does anybody have any comments or thoughts? And Guy? Yeah, Guy?
This has been again. We also announce to all those who are coming, if anybody has symptoms, they should stay at home and they can join online.
We won't be able to join online, Dr. Olarabee, because we'll be outside. We don't have the capability that we do in here as far as the video.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know if folks...
Then anybody that has symptoms or signs of fever, cough, or the classical symptoms shouldn't come at all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So folks won't be able to join, online because we don't have the resources out there, the capability to accommodate that out at the Gos Ogigawa.
I don't know. I guess we're going to hear from the rest of the staff, but
Yeah.
we basically don't know when we're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way we can do it anyway?
This is Nicola.
Yes, Nicola, thank you. Please feel...
Sorry, I was talking and I was on mute the whole time, so I can't hear. I was like, oh geez, how embarrassing. So anyways, what I was going to say is that if you recall 2 or 3 weeks ago, we were having double-digit numbers of people even in Clemens County with positives. And so I think right now, yesterday we had 3. And so we're seeing less positives out in the community, so I would feel more comfortable of us having the event than I was three weeks ago. And so I would support all of the recommendations that have already been stated, and then also any additional recommendations that we made, making sure, we're not using fans or any of that kind of stuff like we talked about a couple weeks ago.
Great. Well, thank you. That's helpful. That makes me feel even more comfortable. Yes, Jesse?
Do we have enough face shields to be able to provide for those who are not willing to wear a face mask? I'm just thinking some individuals may come because they will state there's a medical condition, so they're not going to wear a mask. However, a lot of individuals who attend are a vulnerable population. And for everybody's safety, you wear a mask or a face shield, no other option. Because
I can answer that. We do have, I believe, 7,000 face shields available. And so I think if we do have someone that absolutely refuses, we're going to have to put them basically in the corner where nobody sits by them and they're way social distance if it comes to that. But I would recommend that when we do the announcement that we put that face coverings, masks, or shields is required, and then social distancing will be in practice. Please adhere to those guidelines. There'll be staff to help direct. Just kind of giving everyone a heads up when we do put that announcement out there.
Thank you. Yes,
So
Clay?
who would we need from health to help us? And then I guess the PA, we would work with George?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Jennifer's going to get us more tents than we will need?
She's going to try to get tents. She doesn't know whether
Okay.
to get them out.
Okay.
She'll have to contact.
And I still have the purchase orders, so I didn't void them out. Yeah.
And then Soundman would be the,
Yeah.
for the PA.
Yeah.
The R.
Mhm.
That also.
We have to rent that.
Yes, yeah, we'll rent the PA system. Oh, yeah, they set it up and make sure it runs properly and everything. Yeah, they have wireless mics if necessary. They've got everything. They're,
Who would we need from health then? We want Zach or Nicoa or?
you mean to be present? I think it really will be helpful and it's important to have health staff there. And, once we get the notice out, we certainly want to, we're hoping that people will comply and we won't have to be aggressive in enforcement. But it really will be helpful for staff to be there and help notify people and remind them to wear their masks and to comply, So I don't know who from health could do that. But we were going to need some assistance there for the temperature checks and monitoring.
So I would need all the agenda items and also the wording for the announcement by Friday.
Okay.
Get it out by Friday.
Yeah.
Can we do it by the 29th? Is that what we're looking at? Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
To do it
Yeah.
by the 29th.
To be in compliance with the,
So for those that can't hear, Secretary, she's the difficulty using the mic there the way when it's on the phone. But we need to have the announcements and the notice and information to go out to our members and the general council agenda items, so we can notice that we have to go out 2 weeks in advance. Oh, yeah. Well, I know that, yes.
okay, so we're recommending having a shorter meeting, and then we want agenda items, and we have a number of things that haven't been done because of COVID. So are we going to prioritize the agenda items by? Okay, because I know there's some things that we need critical. So yeah, I'm not sure just how we can prioritize. I guess we can talk about that Friday, but I know my general welfare ordinance is going to go first, so.
Yeah.
Well, the right development is going to be critical.
I would also agree to that. Anything that is internal that really directly impacts individual tribal members and/or decisions or programs should be going first.
So I'm taking Friday off, but, I can join on the tribal council check-in, for an hour if I need to, which it sounds like I should. So I'll be in the area. You'll be saving me from painting and doing mudding and taping and unpackaging boxes, and at least for an hour. So,
Okay, so I will look at examples of announcements for just what we need to put out with the agenda, and then run it by Nicola and Dr. O'Larrabee and Zach and Tim.
yeah, that'd be great.
Does that sound okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would.
Nicola. That's
Okay, so then we'll work on the agenda on Friday.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll have agenda items. Well, maybe I could talk about it a little bit with some of the folks before I.
Yeah, we can refine it Friday, yeah.
Yeah, and refine it Friday. Yeah. Yeah. Well, thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate the support. And Nicole, thanks for weighing in on that. That really helps me feel a little bit more comfortable, too. And Doctor, appreciate the input. So it looks like we have a plan.
And
Okay, well, with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. That's our last agenda. Okay, in a second? Okay. Okay, yeah, okay, I haven't called for the vote, but David, if you would like to come up?
I'll make it quick.
And we'll give you a mic. Oh, you got one here, okay.
Check. Well, what I wanted to do was I wanted to bring to the council that I was hoping that maybe that you could look into trying to help our the fire department chief, because he's been kind of he's been really active, and he's increased a lot of our native people have been really impacted by a lot of people not going to work and all that stuff. So he was asking me, and he brought it to my attention that, hey, is there any way we can help us with like some grants or something? So if the council could maybe try to see if they can find some grants or something for them to help the chief a little bit, I'd appreciate that.
Well,
and the next one would, I know we already talked about the Crater Lake and all that stuff. The next one would be Scott Kalama. A native called me, and he was expressing that he came here last year and he did some talks. I think he did some talks here, and he quoted like $500. And he said he didn't get the whole $500, and he's talking to me about it. And so I just thought I'd share that with you. I don't know much about it. He just called me because he did some talks last year. He brought some books and had a huge talk here.
Was it a training, or I can't recall?
Scott Kalama, Gail.
I know the Kalama name, but I don't remember.
Maybe Gail knows Scott Kalama, maybe. He did a talk for the youth. Yeah,
Oh,
but he
suicide
was just asking me, he said, well, I thought I was going to get paid, blah, blah, blah. It's not, I'm just trying to pass the information on.
Sure.
It's not like I'm trying to, hey, you're going to pay this
Do you have
guy.
contact information for him?
Yeah, I had him send the information.
Yeah, so he would.
But he hasn't heard anything back, so.
Oh, so he sent something forward? So
Yeah, he hasn't
I
said,
guess
haven't
I'd
heard
check
anything
with
back.
tribal
so
health
I
and
would just
behavioral health.
pass it on to council. Maybe you can
Okay.
just inform people to like double check on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is the
This is Monica. Is that, you said Scott Kalama?
Yes.
Yeah, he did work with Tawny Clark through Health Ed last year.
Okay.
Not through our program.
All right. Yeah. So,
Okay,
it's just information. I'm just trying to pass it on because, he called me and I just told him I would pass it on to council.
Okay.
I'm just being respectful, to him and to everybody else. I don't know. He said he didn't get fully paid or something. And I'm like, okay, well,
really?
I just pass that information on. It's not like I'm not.
Okay.
I'm just trying to pass the information on because I'm sure it'll come back to you
Okay.
as council. All right?
And if we find grants for the Chilcotin Fire District, who should we contact the chief or? The city?
Yeah, it would be for the city, yeah,
Okay,
or the
City
chief.
Chilton,
Yeah,
okay.
it's, you know, vice versa, because the city provides certain provisions for the fire department, but they don't, when it goes over their budget, they don't supply anything past that.
Okay.
And Mike's been really busting it pretty good for, yeah, he's been doing a really great job for the city. And it's been really busy this last
Yeah.
several months, and he's, I just think we should support our fire department, that's all. Okay? That's it. You covered
Thank
the
you,
rest, everything else. Thank you very much, council. Thank you very much, council.
You're very welcome.
Respect
Thank you,
you guys.
David.
Respect all of
So,
you.
all those in favor of the motion to adjourn, say aye.
Aye. Who was the
Okay.
second?
Those opposed? Let's see, it was, no, so who's the motion and second? Brandy was the motion, and the second was Clay. Yeah,
Okay.
Clay second. And so, those opposed? Okay, with one abstention, we're adjourned.